Chapter 1098. Roar! Many ferocious birds and beasts flew through the air. There was a ferocious cheong-chi, that looked like a cow and sounded like a dog. There was also a horse-like ba, that looked like a horse with a white body and a black tail. It had a horn and tiger teeth and claws. It ate tigers and leopards and fought gods. There was also a divine bird that looked like a black bird with 3 heads and 6 tails. It was called the swan and I. The ferocious beasts roared like thunder. Their bodies exuded a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble. 20 to 30 young men and women sat on these strange birds and beasts. They had an extraordinary aura and came proudly. They could look down on their peers. When these young men and women arrived, they looked at the extraordinary young men and women from the other clans who had already arrived. Their gazes flickered and then stopped at the peaks in front of the mottled square. It's them. On the mottled square, when the last group of young men and women arrived, Du Xiaofu's gaze and aura suddenly trembled. He could even recognize a few familiar figures. How could Du Xiaofu not recognize the people from this clan? It was his mother's clan, the clan that wanted to kill him. The weapon-revered Xiahou Fenglei, the venerable Golden Rock, and Zhen Qinchun also discovered something at the same time. Their expressions changed slightly. The 3 of them had fought with an elder from that clan in the Stone City. It's them. Du Xiaoyao's small monkey body landed on Du Xiaofu's shoulder from Du Xiaoqing's back. Its pale golden eyes focused. It also felt the aura of that clan. It had also participated in the battle in the Stone City. Third young master, those bastards are here. Little Tiger's figure also landed from the sky. Its black robe fluttered and a fierce aura surged out of its pitch-black eyes. Sima Muhan, who was beside Zhou Yu and Du Xiaofu in the square, felt the changes in the qi of Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao and Du Xiaoyao. Therefore, she revealed a puzzled look. Do you have a dispute with them? Sima Muhan asked Du Xiaofu with a frown. It's not a dispute, it's the enmity of the branch family, the hatred of bullying me. Du Xiaofu spoke. His expression darkened as he stared at the people in midair. His clear eyes flashed with coldness. Brother Han Ming, we've found Du Xiaofu. The one in purple is Du Xiaofu. In the air, among the last group of young men and women, a young man in luxurious clothes spoke to the leading young man in battle clothes. His voice was trembling and there was a hint of lingering fear in his eyes. Back then, this young man in luxurious clothes had been to Stone City. In the end, under the protection of Elder Chen Qiong, he was able to escape with his life. He knew how terrifying and cruel Du Xiaofu was. He's really similar to Xiaojing. An elder has ordered that if we see this boy and can't bring him back, we can't let him live. The young man in battle clothes was extraordinary. Under his slanted and handsome eyebrows, a pair of slender and sharp black eyes looked down at Du Xiaofu in the square below. His thin lips were pursed and his angular face was filled with coldness. Du Xiaofu, come out and die. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man in battle clothes jumped off a ferocious bird and took a few steps in the air. He was tall and slender, but he didn't look boorish. His battle clothes fluttered in the wind, and he looked cold and aloof, exuding a domineering aura. Who is that mysterious man? He seems to be Du Xiaofu's enemy. In Thunder Rolling Mountain, many people's expressions changed. How many terrifying existences has that guy provoked? In the crowd, Jiu Zhongling, Zhu Shui, Jiang Ruolin, Wu Ming, Xiang Ling, Shui Ruhan, and the others all changed their expressions. They felt the young man in battle clothes was powerful and terrifying. He was definitely a terrifying existence. He's a complete martial venerable. Do you want me to help you? Sima Muhan frowned slightly, but she didn't take it to heart. They provoked me first. I'll settle it myself. Du Xiaofu shook his head and his eyes were filled with coldness. He had killed Dragon 9, who was at the peak of the complete martial venerable realm. He was not afraid of the young man in battle clothes. He was lucky that the young man didn't cause trouble for him. He didn't expect that clan to want to kill him at any time. You seem to be injured. Sima Muhan was worried. She could see that Du Xiaofu was still injured. She wasn't sure if Du Xiaofu could deal with the young man in battle clothes. She knew how powerful those guys were. It's enough to deal with them. Du Xiaofu nodded. He stomped his feet and soared into the sky. He glanced at the young man in battle clothes and the 20 to 30 people behind him. He didn't say anything and just stood quietly in the sky. At that moment, Du Xiaofu wished that his sister, Xiao Jing, was among them. At least he could see her. Du Xiaofu, you killed Han Yu. You must pay with your life. Han Ming shouted as he looked at the silent Du Xiaofu. His complete martial venerable aura surged and sealed the sky to prevent Du Xiaofu from escaping. You're just a complete martial venerable. How dare you be so arrogant? You're courting death. Below the mottled square, Shen Ling looked up and cast a disdainful look at Han Ming and the others. Young master, kill that guy. He's too noisy. Dongli Diao shouted. He didn't care. He felt that Han Ming's aura wasn't as strong as Dragon Nine's. He wasn't worried about Du Xiaofu at all. Let's bet. How many moves will it take for the young master to kill that reckless kid? I bet 3 moves. Within 3 moves, the young master will be able to kill that kid. 1 move. I'll bet 1 move. It's enough for the young master to kill that kid. In the 7-star hall, Tao Yu, Wuma Xing, Yu Bai and the others were betting loudly. They didn't care about Han Ming and the others at all. Even the countless gazes from the surrounding thunder-rolling mountain revealed an indifferent expression. No one was worried for Du Xiaofu. There were even many gazes that were looking at Han Ming pitifully. That guy came from one of those big forces. He's just a complete martial venerable and he dares to be so arrogant. Does he think that there's no one in Kyushu who can stop him? An extraordinary young man's eyes were cold as he clenched his fist. If that arrogant guy knows that Dragon 9 was killed by Du Xiaofu, he'll be trembling in fear. A burly young man looked up angrily. Du Xiaofu, kill that guy. Arrogant guy. Du Xiaofu, we support you. Destroy that arrogant guy and let him know the true strength of our Kyushu. Then, many young men and women on Thunder Mountain shouted. Their voices gathered and soared into the sky, resounding through the clouds. At this moment, all of the extraordinary young men and women within the thunder-rolling mountain were filled with pride. Seeing the young men and women from the big families looking down on them with arrogant expressions, they were unhappy. At this moment, they naturally thought that Du Xiaofu was part of Kyushu's lineup. They hoped that Du Xiaofu would teach that arrogant young man a lesson. At this moment, the young men and women of the 9 great families in the sky were puzzled. To them, these young men and women from the outside world seemed a little strange. They could clearly feel that their auras were inferior to theirs, but at this moment, they were not afraid at all. These people from the outside world don't know that there are mountains beyond mountains and heavens beyond heavens. They think that they are invincible just because they have some talent. They are frogs at the bottom of a well. A young man on a strange beast in the sky said. Although many of his peers on Thunder Mountain were not weak and had extraordinary temperaments, he did not take them seriously. He even felt disdain and contempt. They will know the difference in a while. A beautiful woman sitting on a strange beast said. She also did not take the young men of the outside world seriously. Compared to them, they naturally felt that they were on the same side as Han Ming and the others. I heard that not long ago, many of their family members were heavily injured in the outside world. Some of the younger generation were defeated by a young man from the outside world. Could it be that he is that Du Xiaofu? On top of a strange beast, a woman whose body was suffused with the radiance of stars said. She had once unintentionally heard the elders of her clan talking about some matters. Zhou Yu was in the square. He raised his head slightly and looked around. At this moment, the cheers for Du Xiaofu resounded through the sky. His eyes moved slightly, and then he smiled indifferently. Zhou Yu could see that the brother Du Shaoqing often mentioned seemed to be very popular among his peers in the outside world. This proved that he was naturally extraordinary. Otherwise, there would not be such a high level of support. However, these peers in the outside world probably did not know that there were some existences in this world that were far stronger than they imagined. No matter how extraordinary Du Xiaofu was, he was afraid that he would be at a disadvantage in a while. Far in the sky, Huang Ling was standing on the void chariot. She looked at the distant sky and smiled without saying a word. Overconfident, ignorant frog at the bottom of a well. Hearing the cheers around him, Han Ming's battle robe fluttered. He looked down at Thunder Rolling Mountain with a cold look in his eyes. The cheers around him made him feel uncomfortable. In a while, he would definitely let these ignorant frogs at the bottom of a well know that there was always someone better in this world. No matter how strong the people in the outside world were, how could they compare to them? A frog at the bottom of a well is a frog at the bottom of a well. The Kyushu is so big that it is the sky, not the well. Hearing Han Ming's words, Du Xiaofu finally spoke. It was unknown whether his voice was intentional or not, but it contained Xian Qi and resounded throughout Thunder Rolling Mountain. Du Xiaofu's words were light, but they were also sharp. He mocked Han Ming for being a frog at the bottom of a well. Chapter 1099. That's right, we still don't know who's the frog at the bottom of the well. Upon hearing Du Xiaofu's words, many young men and women around Thunder Rolling Mountain immediately raised their arms and cheered. This kid really knows how to attract hatred and gather people's hearts. 9 Lives Venerable GMO looked at the sky and smiled indifferently, full of praise. He turned to Weapon Sovereign and said, Old 4, your disciple is really not bad. This disciple delivered himself to my doorstep and was picked up by me for free. Weapon Sovereign smiled inwardly with a hint of bitterness. He was not worried about his disciple at this moment, but for his disciple's future. After all, those young men and women were backed by a huge monster. Picked up for free, why can't I? 9 Lives Venerable GMO was speechless, and could only roll his eyes at Weapon Sovereign. What he did not know was that Weapon Sovereign had really picked up this disciple for free. You don't know what's good for you. Hearing the increasingly noisy mocking laughter from all around, Han Ming's face turned even colder. These frogs of the forbidden area were too ignorant. Before you die, would you mind telling me which of the 9 great clans you belong to? Which clan do you belong to? When the time is right, I'll come knocking on your door. Meng Hao looked at Yang Qi and said, Buddha, Tao, Confucian, Nong, Mo, Yin, Yang, Ming, Fa and reigning? Du Xiaofu opened his mouth, his voice resounding through the clouds. Although he knew that his mother's clan belonged to one of the 9 great clans and knew their origins, he did not know which of the 9 clans they belonged to. You actually know our origins? As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the young men and women riding strange birds and strange beasts in the sky were truly surprised. In the outside world, their origins had always been mysterious, and not many people knew about them. However, what really surprised them at this moment was that Du Xiaofu was not the only one who knew about their origins. After all, the origins of the 9 great clans were not absolutely unknown to the outside world. Some of the experts in the big mountain sects in the outside world naturally knew about them. What truly shocked them now was that Du Xiaofu clearly knew their origins, yet he was still so domineering and fearless. This truly shocked them. Brat, no matter what kind of relationship you have with Xiaojing, no matter how much ability you have, you are just an ant, a lowly ant. Today I will let you die in peace. At this moment, Han Ming's expression was extremely gloomy. However, the gaze in his eyes became calm. He took to the air and began to walk towards Du Xiaofu. His body was filled with runes, and he released an ancient aura. It was vigorous and surging, and it oppressed the sky for no reason. The pressure from the pure ancient aura made the people on thunder-rolling mountain below feel that it was not inferior to Dragon 9's. Han Ming walked until he was less than 10 feet away from Du Xiaofu. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and there was a hint of mockery. There was also a kind of indifference, as if he was looking down at Du Xiaofu from above. He said, "Remember, you will die at the hands of legalism." "Legalism, I will remember." Du Xiaofu seriously nodded his head, replying in an indifferent manner. Soon after, he looked at Han Ming with some interest and softly said, "I have always had some doubts. I wonder if you can answer them for me." Han Ming crossed the void, and the ancient aura and runes on his body fluctuated. At this moment, he looked like a son of God, and the smile on his face became even calmer. However, at that moment, everyone could sense that under Han Ming's calm expression, there was a chilling and murderous aura that surged into the heavens. He said indifferently, "You are destined to die today. Since you saved Xiaojing, I can help you answer the last question in your life." "Then, thank you very much." Du Xiaofu looked at Han Ming indifferently and asked, "I really want to know where your sense of superiority comes from. Back then, there was someone called Han Yu, who was as conceited and superior as you. In the end, he was killed by me. Do you think you will end up like him today?" "Bastard." Han Ming, who originally thought that Du Xiaofu really had a question to answer, immediately became furious when he heard this. In an instant, his aura surged and burst out. Boom! Terrifying runes intertwined like stars, dyeing the void around Han Ming into a dazzling color. The energy surged like a vast ocean, causing the void to fluctuate violently. It had to be said that Han Ming's strength was very strong, enough to surpass Kyushu's peers. Compared to Dragon 9, Han Ming was probably not too far off. Even Dragon 9 would definitely find it difficult to truly destroy him. So, someone from legalism was killed by his peers in the outside world. It was really that demon king Du Xiaofu. The woman riding on the strange beast, who originally suspected that someone from legalism was killed by Du Xiaofu, looked surprised at this moment. After listening to Du Xiaofu's words, it really was Du Xiaofu's doing, which made her no longer look down on him. It seems that Du Xiaofu has a deep relationship with legalism, a young man on a strange beast said softly with a strange look in his eyes. It is said that something happened to legalism more than 20 years ago, and it seems that it is definitely related to Du Xiaofu, a woman covered in starlight said. "If you want to fight, I'll keep you company. I've already said that when I meet your race, I'll kill one as I see one, and two as I see two." Du Xiaofu's expression slowly changed at this moment. His clear eyes suddenly emitted a golden light, and his aura instantly became domineering and intimidating. Golden runes spread out from his pale golden body. In an instant, Du Xiaofu, who was calm just a moment ago, was like an overlord who could rule the world. "Lowly ant, you're just a flea. You'll only be able to jump around today. If you weren't related to Xiaojing, you wouldn't even be qualified for me to kill you today," Han Ming said in a gloomy tone. His words were very conceited. He was the leader of the younger generation in his family, and was also very famous among his peers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been the one to lead the team to Tianhuang mainland this time. Therefore, Han Ming didn't take a brat from the outside world seriously, let alone take him seriously. Even though Han Yu had been killed back then, her cultivation was much weaker than the others. "I'll let you attack first. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to attack." Du Xiaofu stood with his hands behind his back, and his purple robes fluttered in the wind. However, everyone could feel that the Demon King's body was filled with killing intent and dominance at the same time. Although he looked calm and indifferent, his killing intent was far more intense than when he faced Dragon 9 the day before. At this moment, only a few people knew that Du Xiaofu's heart was burning with anger, and he needed to vent his anger when he thought of his mother and sister before he could find his drunkard father. The timely appearance of this person from legalism made Du Xiaofu want to vent his anger, and he wanted to kill someone. Then rest in peace, brat. Your existence will only bring shame to us. Today you'll be eliminated. Han Ming didn't say anything else. At this moment, he knew that he could only kill to establish his power and remove a stain on his family's reputation. Swish! He took a step across the sky. For someone with the cultivation of a perfected martial honor like Han Ming, the distance of 100 feet was covered in an instant. Bang! Like an afterimage, Han Ming appeared in front of Du Xiaofu in an instant. He didn't use his hands, but his feet. He lifted his foot and stomped down on Du Xiaofu's head. The kick became sparkling and translucent in a split second. It was resplendent and dazzling, and the energy that erupted was like a pillar falling from the heavens, causing the void to tremble. The terrifying energy accompanied by the runes was like a stormy sea. Han Ming's foot landed. How arrogant, despotic, and condescending was he! Han Ming wanted to crush Du Xiaofu with one stomp. This was his conceit, and it was like stomping an ant to death. Not only did he want to kill Du Xiaofu, but he also wanted to establish his power and let this person from Kyushu know the difference between them. Legalism's heaven-trampling step. It's said that its power cannot be underestimated. In ancient times, there were legalism powerhouses who relied on the heaven-trampling steps to crush the heavens. Those who are not the most talented people in legalism cannot cultivate it. In the square, Zhou Yu raised his head and looked at the sky. His gaze was slightly moved. You're just a perfected martial honorable. You want to be arrogant in front of the third young master? You're just courting death. The little tiger's black robe fluttered, and his pitch-black eyes were filled with an ominous glint. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Han Ming's foot had already landed. That terrifying aura seemed to crush the void and crazily crush Du Xiaofu. The legalism young men and women sneered, waiting for Du Xiaofu to be crushed under Han Ming's foot like an ant. In stark contrast, countless pairs of eyes were on Thunder Rolling Mountain. None of them were worried about Du Xiaofu. Instead, they were praying for Han Ming. In the blink of an eye, Du Xiaofu finally made his move. Boom! Just as the foot was about to land on Du Xiaofu's head, Du Xiaofu abruptly raised his head at a 45-degree angle. A strange talisman rune suddenly spread out from his eyes, as if there were 1,000 rays of light shooting out. The mysterious runes overlapped with each other and instantly enveloped Han Ming's body like a curtain of light. At this moment, for some reason, Han Ming's cold eyes suddenly became sluggish. Wind and thunder resounded. Du Xiaofu, who was standing with his hands behind his back, suddenly had 1,000 rays of golden light in his eyes. Behind him, an azure gold light also shone brightly, and the roars of dragons and tigers could be heard. Just as Han Ming was a little sluggish, an incomparably domineering aura suddenly spread out from Du Xiaofu's tall and straight body. It was like a peerless, ferocious divine bird, spreading its wings and sweeping across the sky. In just a short moment, Han Ming seemed to have a magical ability to regain his consciousness. In just a short moment, he recovered. Chapter 1100. Kyushu subdued. At this moment, the space around them trembled violently as a terrifying domineering aura spread out. A golden sword light had already appeared above Han Ming's head. After the sword light appeared, the space immediately collapsed as a domineering and unstoppable sword intent spread out in all directions. That terrifying aura made people feel as if countless sword lights were entrenched in the heavens, causing everyone on Thunder Roll Mountain to be horrified. Sword intent, what a domineering sword intent! On Thunder Roll Mountain, there were already powerful swordsmen who could not help but cry out in alarm. That terrifying sword intent was so domineering that it seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was absolutely domineering. Han Ming's expression changed. His originally proud eyes were now filled with fear and shock. However, he was one step too late. When the sword fell, the sword intent swept out, making Han Ming feel as if he was a fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Only the few absolutely terrifying geniuses of the same generation in his family could make Han Ming feel this way. However, Du Xiaofu also made him feel the same way. This feeling was accompanied by a kind of destruction that could not be dispelled. At this moment, Han Ming realized that the person he had always regarded as an ant had reached such a terrifying level of strength. He was a frog in a well, looking at the sky. He was the well, but the other party was the sky. Slash! The sword fell, splitting the void as if a purple-gold thunderbolt had suddenly descended. Then, under the gaze of countless people, the arrogant and insufferably arrogant Han Ming had been split into two from the top of his head by the sword light. The protective armor that Han Ming had hurriedly put on was also destroyed. Finally, the runes on his body dimmed and turned into a bloody mist. An outstanding talent of the younger generation from the 9 great families, a perfect martial honorable, had been killed in one move, shocking everyone present. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Although some people had long known of Du Xiaofu's strength, it was not impossible for him to kill his opponent. However, at this moment they saw the perfect martial honorable youth. In the outside world, even an ordinary extraordinary martial honorable would find it difficult to deal with him. How shocking was that! He was killed in one move. Up in the sky, the younger generation of the other 8 great families couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Legalism at the peak of the martial venerable realm was killed in one move. This made everyone tremble in fear. That divine weapon is so powerful! On Thunder Rolling Mountain, countless gazes landed on the purplish-gold broadsword in Du Xiaofu's hand, which was hovering in mid-air. The purple-gold broadsword had the bones of a phoenix and the appearance of a dragon. It was incomparably domineering, and the roars of dragons and tigers resounded through the sky, causing all beasts to tremble and souls to tremble. The young hall master is invincible. You've strengthened our 7-star hall. Dongli Diao, Tao Yu, Wuma Xing, Lin Weiqi, Yu Bai, Zhang Mingyuan, and the others raised their arms and shouted after recovering from their astonishment. Their voices soared to the sky, echoing through the clouds. Uncle Master Du is invincible. He has strengthened our ancient heaven sect. In the 7-star hall, the younger generation was seething with excitement. It was a domineering young man in a purple robe. He had walked out of the ancient heaven sect and left behind a domineering legend along the way. In the legalism, the young men and women who were originally sneering and waiting for Han Ming to stomp their opponents to death like ants suddenly froze on their faces. It took them a long time to recover from their shock. Du Xiaofu soared into the sky, his purple robe fluttering in the wind. He held the purple-gold heavenly palace in his hand, and his eyes shone with golden light. His killing intent did not diminish. How domineering and disdainful! I've said it before. When I see you, I'll kill one if I see one. If I see 2, I'll kill 2. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu soared into the sky. He was domineering and tyrannical. Du Xiaofu had already made his stance clear. He was going to start a massacre. He wanted to let that clan know that he was no longer a pushover. He was no longer someone who could be bullied. Kill. Du Xiaofu held his sword and shouted. His black hair danced wildly behind him, making him look like a demonic god. His golden eyes were sharp and frightening, and his aura surged. Not good, Du Xiaofu is going to start a massacre. Run. Run, run quickly. There was no one who was not afraid of death. Han Ming was killed in one move. Feeling the terrifying aura of Du Xiaofu's Demon King, the young men and women of the legalism were finally afraid. They immediately shouted in panic and fled in panic. When Han Yu was killed, many protectors were killed in the Stone City. Now that Han Ming was also killed in one move, they did not dare to stay. No one would think that Du Xiaofu would not dare to kill them. You want to leave? You're not enough. Du Xiaofu shouted. The golden wings on his back suddenly spread out. Golden light filled the sky, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged Ping clan. He raised the purple-gold heavenly palace in his hand, and a special rune light appeared in his eyes. This rune light was very similar to Du Xiaofu's mysterious soul pupil. They came from the same source and came from the same source. This strange light then shrouded the void and was all-pervasive. It enveloped all the young men and women of the legalism, as well as all the beasts and birds. At this moment the entire square above the void seemed to be frozen on the spot. All the young men and women of the legalism, as well as the beasts and birds, immediately fell into a strange, sluggish state. Their primordial spirits were greatly affected. That's an illusion attack. The Demon King's understanding of the talisman Tao is also abnormal. There were some people with extraordinary eyesight around. They saw the method Du Xiaofu used at this moment. The power of his primordial spirit is too terrifying. Some extraordinary talisman masters present were moved and sighed. Kill! Du Xiaofu made his move. The purple-gold heavenly palace erupted with sword radiance. The golden wings on his back shone brightly. The sword radiance was like a tide. The golden wings of the Ping opened and closed, like a sun exploding in the sky. Endless mysterious runes rushed into the sky. Rumble! In the void, there were countless explosions, and many screams and howls of agony could be heard. Quickly join forces to resist, quickly! A young man who was not much weaker than Han Ming woke up at the first moment. He shouted with a shocked gaze, waking everyone up to join forces to resist. Roar! Some beasts and birds woke up. As they roared, their terrifyingly huge bodies covered the sky like a mountain and erupted with a terrifying power that shook the heavens and the earth. Rumble! Du Xiaofu did not stop. A perfect 8-star talisman formation was instantly set up, freezing the surrounding space within. The talisman formation outside was gorgeous. It occupied the sky and shook the heavens and the earth, causing the clouds in all directions to move. Heavens, to set up a perfect 8-star talisman formation with a wave of his hand, how strong is this Demon King's primordial spirit? Some experts of the talisman Tao were shocked. To set up a perfect 8-star talisman formation with a wave of his hand, not to mention the shocking level of understanding of talisman formations, the terrifying power of his primordial spirit was even more shocking. The dazzling and resplendent talisman formation was accompanied by the energy of the heavens and the earth, forming a terrifying energy storm that swept out in all directions. It was like an arc of light that covered the entire sky. Rumble! Within the talisman formation, a domineering and frightening aura spread out. Beasts roared and screamed continuously, as if the heavens and the earth were about to collapse. However, all of this did not last for long before everything calmed down. Then, the talisman formation dissipated and the sky calmed down. Everyone watched as the second-last young man was directly turned into a bloody mist by Du Xiaofu's punch. The last young man was restrained in Du Xiaofu's hand like a chick. The 20 to 30 young men were all terrifying and arrogant people of the same generation. All of them had reached the level of martial revered. Every single one of those dozens of ferocious birds and beasts possessed ancient bloodlines. However, in this short period of time, everything disappeared. They were all killed by Du Xiaofu on the spot. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air, his hair fluttering wildly. He held the purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand, and the golden rock behind him emitted a golden light. His purple robe was stained with many bloodstains. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, causing the entire thunder-rolling mountain to seem like it had turned into winter. A chill spread from the bottom of everyone's hearts. Along the way, I have survived countless dangerous situations. I have tempered myself and wandered outside the gates of hell. In front of me, what right do you have to be arrogant? In front of me, where does your sense of superiority come from? Du Xiaofu stepped into the air and looked disdainfully at the sky. His voice rumbled as he said loudly, "I am from the Stone City's Du family, from the central continent, from Kyushu. Whoever dares to bully me, kill!" After he shouted, Du Xiaofu waved his hand and clenched his fist. The legalism youth who was restrained by the seal exploded into a mist of blood as his pupils shrank in fear and scattered all over Thunder Rolling Mountain. Looking at the youth's body and spirit being destroyed, the young men and women of the 8 families and the beasts in the sky all trembled violently. At this moment, there was no longer disdain in their eyes, only deep shock. Some of them even had a trace of horror. The surroundings were silent. Only Du Xiaofu's voice echoed in Thunder Rolling Mountain. Demon King Du Xiaofu has strengthened the younger generation of Kyushu. Yu Jing Tongxian of the Cloud Continent's Heaven's Music sect is willing to honor him as the leader of the 12 heroes. On the silent Thunder Rolling Mountain, a woman flew into the sky. Her face was delicate and beautiful, so refined that it didn't have the slightest trace of the mortal world. She wore a white pleated skirt and stood in the sky. She was quiet and elegant, like a lotus bud that had just emerged from the water, untainted by a speck of dust. Shang Continent's Sa Meng Sword Sex Mu Jianchen is willing to honor Demon King Du Xiaofu as the leader of the 12 heroes. The younger generation of Kyushu cannot be humiliated. A man in his mid-20s walked out. His body was suffused with simple and elegant runes that were like mist. He was extraordinarily handsome, and his robe was embroidered with sword patterns. The younger generation of Kyushu cannot be bullied. Thunder Continent's Heaven's Thunder Fort's Muchinga is willing to honor Demon King Du Xiaofu as the leader of the 12 heroes. A thin and slender youth walked out. His body was rippling with lightning. He had shoulder-length brown hair and wheat-colored skin. His eyes were deep and full of spirit, as if there was lightning flickering in his pupils. Chapter 1101. Kyushu is the sky, not the well. Feng Wuxie of Yuezhou's Blizzard City. I wish to honor the Demon King Du Xiaofu as the leader of the 12 godly heroes. A purple-haired man stepped out. He was a man with an extremely beautiful face. His eyebrows were long like willows, and his body was like a jade tree. His long purple hair was draped behind his neck, enough to move the hearts of countless women. Kyushu under the heavens, I have my own overlord among the younger generation. Wanzhou's 100 Flowers Gates Hua Zmo, I wish to honor the Demon King Du Xiaofu as the leader of the 12 godly heroes. A woman wearing a lotus-colored gauze gown appeared in the air. Her long light red curly hair draped over her vest and was gently tied up with a silver ribbon. There seemed to be a light mist around her. This woman was very beautiful. Her face was sparkling and translucent, and her skin was as white as snow. Her eyes were full of charm as she looked at the Demon King from afar. Ripples appeared in her eyes. Who dares to look down on the younger generation of Kyushu? Ningzhou's Golden Spear Gates Bailey Wia. I wish to honor the Demon King Du Xiaofu as the leader of the 12 godly heroes. A man holding a golden spear appeared. He looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. His distinct facial features were as handsome as a knife, and his entire person emitted a fierce aura. These voices reverberated through the silent Rolling Thunder Mountain. At this moment, on Rolling Thunder Mountain, countless young men and women of Kyushu heard these voices reverberating through the air, causing their blood to surge and boil. Demon King Du Xiaofu, strengthen our Kyushu. Boom! In a split second, the clouds all around Rolling Thunder Mountain moved. Countless young people raised their arms and cheered, their eyes burning with passion. The sound waves converged and rushed into the clouds, surging through the 9 heavens. At this moment, the purple-robed man in the sky had completely subdued all of Kyushu's peers. The mysterious younger generation of the 9 great families were all arrogant and did not put Kyushu's peers in their eyes. They were full of disdain. Now that the Demon King Du Xiaofu had appeared, in the most domineering and simple way, he told those arrogant people, Kyushu, there was an overlord supreme god. Kyushu Lord, heaven, cannot be bullied. Full martial honorable. Dragon 9 was killed by brother's big brother. Dragon 9, he is nothing. Do said do Shaoan. Was. Do Shao said. Was you uninus duzes yangs ss lu uses, een editor. Little Qing, what did you say? Long Jiu was killed by your brother? When the shocked Zhou Yu heard Du Xiaoqing's words, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He stared at Du Xiaoqing and asked. He had also heard of the dragons, Dragon 9. Yesterday, Big Brother killed Dragon 9. Dragon bone soup, dragon meat barbecue, Kyushu will meet him. Du Xiaoqing nodded her head, her ethereal eyes calm and collected. So, Zhou Yu smiled bitterly. No wonder these Kyushu people were not worried about Du Xiaofu and did not put the legalism people in their eyes. It turned out that yesterday, Dragon 9 of the dragons had been killed. Since ancient times, who could make Kyushu's peers respect him? On the mottled plaza, honored Golden Rock's eyes rippled with a domineering golden light as he muttered, Our ancient heaven sect is fortunate. Elder Gu Qingyang did not speak, but his clear eyes were filled with tears. Fourth brother, the 7-star hall is going to prosper. On the plaza, GMO minister slightly turned his head and looked at Weapon Revered Xiahou Feng Lei with a serious expression. Weapon Revered did not speak either. His eyes were flickering like flames as the 3,000 vibrating lightning fluctuated. The entire thunder-rolling mountain was rumbling as the younger generation of the 8 great clans looked at each other. None of them dared to look down on him anymore. That purple-robed youth had used the most domineering and simple method to show them how strong their peers in the outside world were. No wonder he is called the Demon King. A woman on a mutated beast could not help but speak. One person had killed dozens of legalism people, not letting a single one escape. Not even their Yuan spirits managed to escape. This was the true Demon King. Above the void, Du Xiaofu stood in the air. The Golden Spear Sex Bailey Wuya, Heavenly Music Sex Yujing, Tong Xian, Frostwind Cities Feng Wuxia, Heavenly Thunder Forts Mu Qinga, Saman Sword Sex Mu Jianchen, and the 100 Flowers Sex Hua Zimo were clustered in 4 directions from afar. Demon King Du Xiaofu. In the distant sky, Huang Linger looked from afar with ripples in her eyes. Roar. Suddenly, a large number of beast roars came from outside thunder-rolling mountain. The earth and mountains shook faintly as dark clouds covered the sky. Beast tide, it seems like a beast tide is coming. Someone turned around and immediately discovered that it was a terrifying beast tide that covered the sky like a swarm of locusts. They were all terrifying savage beasts of the Tianhuang continent. Roar! Roar! Immediately after, from the surroundings of thunder-rolling mountain, a terrifying beast tide came from 2 different directions as if there was an agreement. The shocking beast roars shook the sky and earth and resounded throughout thunder-rolling mountain. On thunder-rolling mountain, everyone was on high alert. Their eyes were filled with solemnity. During this period of time on Tianhuang mainland, countless people had died in the mouths of these savage beasts, resulting in countless casualties. Everyone, stand aside. This has nothing to do with you. People of the ancient fist sect, get out here and die. The loud roar was like thunder. When the voice fell, a large group of figures had already crossed over to thunder-rolling mountain. There were a total of 100 people, and their auras were monstrous and powerful. They were the ferocious auras of the beast race. In the lead was a skinny but vigorous middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s. He was wearing a tight-fitting long robe with a patterned cape. His eyes were as deep as the sea. Behind the skinny middle-aged man was an old man in his 50s. His golden hair fell to his shoulders, and he wore a loose yellow robe. His eyes shone with a chilling light, and his aura was absolutely terrifying. Behind the yellow-robed old man was a young man in his late 20s. He wore a yellow battle robe, had a muscular body, and exuded a powerful and ferocious aura. Behind the 3 of them were hundreds of ferocious auras. Many of them were beast sovereigns, and the rest were beast emperors. It's the desolate sky leopard Jin Gu and Jin Lin. In midair, Du Xiaofu retracted his golden great pung wings, and the purple-golden celestial palace was absorbed into the celestial palace. He was surprised to see the three people in front. They were the desolate sky leopard Jin Gu and Jin Lin from the desolate cliff. They seemed to have broken through and stepped into the beast region. When Du Xiaofu's gaze landed on the desolate heaven leopard, his gaze suddenly trembled. He could immediately sense that the desolate heaven leopard's aura had changed drastically from before. It seemed that the desolate sky leopard had definitely stepped into the beast region. Boom! Following the arrival of the desolate sky leopard and the others, 2 more groups of beasts descended from the sky. There were more than 100 of them each. Their terrifying auras weren't inferior to any of the major factions. In fact, they might even surpass them. The appearance of these 2 groups of beasts, the desolate sky leopard and the others, faced off against each other from afar. The 3 terrifying groups of beasts stopped outside Thunder Roll Mountain. Their roars were like thunder, blotting out the sky and causing everyone to tremble in fear. Fat Buddha Reverend and Astral Fist Reverend's expressions suddenly turned very unsightly. These beasts seemed to have made their stance clear. They were going to target the ancient Fist sect. They seemed to be the 3 titans of Tianhuang continent. They control all the beasts on Tianhuang continent. They're extremely terrifying. Rumor has it that these beasts are protected by experts on Tianhuang continent. Top experts aren't allowed to attack them. Otherwise, they'll meet a tragic end. Some of the experts immediately recognized the origins of these beast race experts, and some of them even revealed some secrets that ordinary people wouldn't know. Father! Father! Uncle Huang! Father! In the mottled square, Blue Fantasy and Scarlet Rock flew over happily when they saw the desolate sky leopard. They're the beasts of Tianhuang continent. The Demon King and Du Xiaofu seem to be related to them too. A sharp-eyed person in the crowd immediately noticed that the Demon King and Du Xiaofu were also related to those beasts. They seem to have improved a lot. Looking at Blue Fantasy and Scarlet Rock, the desolate sky leopard could immediately sense that Blue Fantasy and Scarlet Rock had benefited a lot from their training. He then asked the 2 of them, "Where are the people from the ancient Fist sect who attacked you?" The curve of Lan Huan's eyes under the armor was so obvious that they were on the verge of popping out, exuding a healthy and wild aura. Her gaze swept across Thunder Rolling Mountain and finally landed on Lord Pang Tuo. "Father, it's them." Lord Pang Tuo's face turned extremely solemn. He had seen Blue Fantasy and Scarlet Rock before, so he naturally knew what had happened. However, he didn't know that the beasts were the daughter and godson of the desolate sky leopard, one of the 3 titans of Tianhuang continent. It's all a misunderstanding. Lord Pang Tuo looked worried. Now that all the extraordinary young people of the ancient Fist sect were here, the consequences would be unimaginable if they started fighting with these beasts. What made Lord Pang Tuo and Lord Pang Tu even more worried was that the other forces standing with them didn't want to be involved with the ancient Fist sect, so they immediately retreated far away. The desolate sky leopard was thin, but he couldn't control his anger. He waved his hand and shouted, "How dare you touch my daughter and godson? What misunderstanding! Kill them!" "Yes, Commander. Kill them!" Hundreds of beasts rushed out from behind the desolate sky leopard and pounced on the hundreds of people from the ancient Fist sect. "Sister Blue Fantasy, I'll avenge you." Chapter 1102. Little Sister Blue Fantasy, I'll avenge you. Jin Lin was in high spirits, releasing the aura of a mysterious sovereign beast. He had already broken through, and his aura was extremely powerful. "Attack with all your might!" Fat Buddha shouted. He wanted to die. Who would have thought that the people he wanted to touch were the daughter and son of one of the 3 giants? "Attack with all your might. Set up the formation. Talisman Masters, set up the formation." the Astral Fist Venerable shouted as he rushed out to meet the enemy. Humph! Jean Lin's figure rushed down to block the Astral Fist Venerable. Desolate Heavenly Leopard, why don't we both take a step back? Why don't we both take a step back? A voice came from the void. Suddenly, a brown-haired old man with a gloomy expression appeared. The aura of a martial domain realm cultivator froze the void. Retreat your ass. You dared to touch my daughter and son. Do you think I'm easy to deal with? The desolate Heavenly Leopard was not moved at all. He stomped his foot, causing the space to ripple violently. Fierce and bright runes burst out. Energy soared into the sky, solidifying the void, and pounced on the brown-haired old man. This desolate Heavenly Leopard is too powerful. Everyone was stunned. The desolate Heavenly Leopard of the beast race was really domineering. He attacked without any explanation. Du Xiaofu floated in the air, looking at the people of the Ancient Fist sect who were fighting with the desolate Heavenly Cliff. Yesterday, the people of the Ancient Fist sect had attacked him and killed him. Master, Martial Uncle, Grandmaster, I want to. Du Xiaofu spoke, making a decision in his heart. You are the young master of the 7-star hall. You make all the decisions. Weapon Venerable and 9 Lives Venerable nodded at Du Xiaofu at the same time. You are the junior brother of the Ancient Heaven Sect Master. You have the right to make the decisions. Your master and I are here to support you. You have the final say. Venerable Golden Rock also spoke with a faint smile on his face. Venerable Golden Rock's words were very clear. He knew what Du Xiaofu wanted to do. Everything was up to Du Xiaofu. However, this also meant that Du Xiaofu was not only the young hall master of the 7-star hall, but also the junior brother of the Ancient Heaven Sect's sect master. His relationship with the Ancient Heaven Sect would not be ordinary in the future. Du Xiaofu nodded, then looked at the 7-star hall and the Ancient Sky Sect's formation and said, 7-star hall's Ancient Sky Sect disciples, assist the Desolate Precipices Beast Tribe to annihilate the Ancient Fist Sect. As soon as his voice fell, Du Xiaofu's figure flashed like lightning, and he immediately pounced over. Every dog has its day. Yesterday's situation had been reversed. How could Du Xiaofu miss this opportunity to beat a drowning dog? Kill. As soon as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, Dongli Diao, Tao Yu, Jiangling, Yin Machen, Si Ruofeng, and the other disciples of the 7-star hall and the Ancient Sky Sect, as well as Elder Hu Sankuan and Elder Cui Fu, all rushed out and pounced. I'm also a disciple of the Ancient Sky Sect. When Sima Muhan saw Du Xiaofu charging out, she was naturally unwilling to be left behind. Her graceful figure flashed across the sky, and she attacked without hesitation. Roar! The little tiger roared, transformed into its original form, and joined the battle. Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao did not stay idle, and they followed. Especially Du Xiaoyao, the Taoist treasures that fell in the battle were great supplements for it. In every battle, Du Xiaoyao could fish in troubled waters and obtain a lot of treasures, which made Du Xiaofu envious every time. Kill. Tun Xing, who had been hiding in the crowd, finally came out. He was afraid that if he did not come out now, the Demon King would flip out on him. At this moment, the brown-haired martial domain realm elder in the sky was fighting with the desolate Heavenly Leopard. Honorable Equipment, Honorable 9 Lives, and Zhen Qingchun did not join in. After all, the martial domain realm from the Ancient Fist sect did not appear yesterday. If they joined in now, some things might change. Kill. In the fierce battle, Du Xiaofu roared loudly. His attacks were overbearing and fierce, and wherever he went, the disciples of the Ancient Fist sect would turn into a bloody mist. Du Xiaofu did not show any mercy when he attacked. His killing intent was monstrous, and he beat up the defeated. If anyone provokes the Demon King, the consequences will be dire. Some people gasped. Most of their gazes did not fall on the battle between the desolate Heavenly Leopard and the martial domain realm expert of the Ancient Fist sect. Instead, they were shocked by Du Xiaofu. It could be said that all of this had something to do with the Demon King. Du Xiaofu's ability to kick a man when he's down and beat him when he's down was also displayed vividly and decisively. The pitiful disciples of the Ancient Fist sect immediately screamed. Under the siege of the Seven-Star Hall, the Ancient Heaven sect, and the beast race experts from the desolate Heaven Cliff, the disciples of the Ancient Fist sect did not even have much strength to resist. It was a living tragedy. Bastard, the Ancient Fist sect will not let go of today's grudge. The brown-haired Martial Domain Realm Elder in the sky shouted like thunder, and it shook the eardrums of the people on Thunder Rolling Mountain. Then, a terrifying light exploded from the void and solidified the sky. Swoosh, swoosh. Almost at the same time, 3 figures suddenly appeared beside Du Xiaofu, who was fighting and had frozen the void. They were Zhen Qingchun, Weapon Supremacy Xiahou Feng Lei, and 9 Lives Supremacy GMO. When the 3 of them appeared, the pressure in the surrounding void dissipated. The 3 of them protected Du Xiaofu, Little Tiger, Du Xiaoqing, and the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall and the Ancient Heaven sect. You will pay back 10 times the price in the future. The brown-haired elder's voice spread, and then in the solidified void, Fatty Supremacy, Astral Fist Supremacy, Li Yan Wushang, who was severely injured yesterday, and less than half of the remaining disciples of the Ancient Fist sect disappeared into thin air. Weapon Supremacy's eyes moved, and he looked surprised. He said calmly, I did not expect that guy from the Ancient Fist sect to have such a remarkable ability. The Ancient Fist sect has escaped this calamity. Many of them have died, and they are severely injured. Now, they can't even fight for the Divine Thunder Manor anymore. They have tasted the consequences of their own actions, GMO said to Weapon Supremacy with a smile. Bastard, he actually ran away. In the sky, the desolate Heaven Leopard cursed. It was still angry. Good kill. In the sky, the drunk man on the towering tree raised his wine bottle and took a big gulp of strong liquor. Uncle, he really is a demon king. The woman beside him softly said with a smile in her eyes. I was most afraid that everything that happened to him would cause him to be unable to recover, and that it would leave a mark in his heart. But now I can be completely at ease. I no longer have any restraints, and I no longer have to worry. Even if this is a disaster and not a blessing for me, my son will continue to do what I want to do. An item suddenly appeared in the drunk man's hand. It was emitting a type of lightning. He said softly, Since we are all here for the Divine Thunder Manor, let's completely open it. As soon as he finished speaking, the drunk man instantly crushed the lightning item in his hand. Under his messy hair, a sharp light shot out from his eyes. As the drunken man crushed the lightning object in his hand, lightning instantly shot out from the broken mountain peak in front of the mottled square, and light shot into the sky. Immediately after, an earth-shattering explosion resounded in the sky. Kaboom! The earth shook and the mountains shook. The broken mountain peaks changed abruptly, as if a peerless beast was awakening. Countless lightning bolts shot out, and in a short period of time, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Dark clouds gathered and covered the sky. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Above the mottled plaza, the ground cracked. Endless lightning bolts shot out, and lightning bolts shot out in all directions. Space rippled in front of them, and an unfamiliar space slowly appeared. It's here, the Divine Thunder Manor is finally open. On Thunder Rolling Mountain, all the experts narrowed their eyes, and their bodies began to tremble. Chapter 1103. The unfamiliar space was vast and boundless. It was an unfamiliar land with mountain ranges and lake. Everything inside was like a parallel world with endless space. Jinlei Tensei was indeed one of the top experts in the world. He sealed such a large space as his mansion. His methods are incredible! Some experts exclaimed. The sealed space was incomparably large, and was not much smaller than the entire Tianhuang mainland. The Divine Thunder Mansion has really opened. You guys go in and look for opportunities later. Be careful. An elder of the sect said to the disciples and reminded them to be careful. Anyone who obtains a little bit of what Jinlei Tensei left behind will become the most dazzling existence in the world. An elder of the sect said to the disciples, hoping that they could obtain what Jinlei Tensei left behind. Even if it was just a little bit, it would be a great opportunity. Jinlei Tensei was the most dazzling existence in the world. He had once shocked the entire world. Even the top experts in the world could not do anything to him. In an instant, the huge space appeared in front of them and the entire thunder-rolling mountain was in chaos. Everyone's aura surged and flashed with runes as they waited to rush into the divine Thunder Mansion. They wanted to be the first to obtain the supreme opportunity. In the sky, the young men and women of the 8 great families, as well as Huang Ling and the others, were also standing quietly, waiting for the divine Thunder Mansion to open completely. It's finally opening. This is another opportunity. In the Great Wheel Sect, Dongli Chihuang looked at the sky in front of him. His eyes were dazzling. Then, intentionally or unintentionally, his gaze swept across the purple-robed young man in the air, and the expression in his eyes became much colder. Everything that had happened on Thunder Rolling Mountain in the past 2 days was something that Dongli Chihuang did not want to see. Divine Thunder Mansion. In the profound talisman sex formation, a cold light flashed in Chun Yan's eyes. Rumble. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The entire Thunder Rolling Mountain cracked, and the ground was as wide as a ravine. It was extremely shocking. The terrifying space in front of them completely appeared. Light flashed and lightning flashed. Runes were densely packed and emitted waves of thunder. Its aura was so ancient that it seemed like it had returned to ancient times. In front of the space there was a huge space that was hundreds of feet wide, like a huge door. Looking through the huge door, one could see that in the vast space ahead, there was an ancient building. The ancient talisman, the divine Thunder Rolling Mountain of Thunder Rolling Mountain. The mysterious runes, it was as if it came from ancient times. The divine Thunder Mansion. The divine Thunder Mansion, divine thunder. Seeing the building appear in the distance, everyone in the thunder-rumbling mountain range could no longer hold back. They all erupted with rune aura and rushed in. The experts of the mountain sects and rogue cultivators were not willing to fall behind. Their bodies glowed as they stepped on the void. They also wanted to fight for the inheritance left behind by Jinlei Tensei. Even if it was just a little bit of benefit, what Jinlei Tensei left behind would definitely be an earth-shattering divine ability. It would be enough for them to dominate Kyushu in the future. The disciples of the Ancient Heaven sect and the 7-Star Hall were not willing to fall behind. They were already at the front and wanted to rush in. Wait! Du Xiaofu shouted and stopped the disciples of the Ancient Heaven sect and the 7-Star Hall who wanted to rush in. Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein in the open space in front of him felt an abnormal aura fluctuation. The aura fluctuation contained a destructive aura. Rumble! Sure enough, after the first batch of 2,000 to 3,000 people rushed into the space, dazzling lightning suddenly descended from the entrance of the space. Destruction was coming. Bang, bang, bang! Among the thousands of people who were fighting to be the first, over 1,000 of them did not even have the time to cry out before their souls were extinguished. They did not even know how they died. There was not a single trace left behind, as if the 1,000 people had never appeared in the first place. One should know that among the thousands of people who were killed in an instant, there were several perfect martial honorables from the mountain sections. There were even a few Nirvana martial honorables. With their peak cultivation, they were all overlords. However, the experts of the mountain sects could not even withstand a single blow from the entrance. They did not even have the power to resist. The strange thing was that out of the 2,000 to 3,000 people, half of them rushed in unharmed. Those who rushed in unharmed were the young men and women of the younger generation. There were also some middle-aged men and women who were not very old. The Divine Thunder Mansion. As expected, only the younger generation can enter. I'm afraid those who are over 60 years old will be killed by the prohibition if they want to enter. In the void, the Honorable Weapon's eyes were filled with shock. He muttered softly, "Such a huge arm and divine ability. Jinlei Tensei lives up to his name. He was a terrifying existence that once shocked the world. Only the younger generation can enter to fight for opportunities." As the thousands of experts' souls were destroyed, the surrounding people only paused for a moment. Then, the elders of the mountain sects revealed the secret. The younger generation immediately rushed in crazily. Bang, bang, bang. Among the crowd, there were a few elders who looked to be in their 50s. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos. In fact, they had already been cultivating for half a year. However, as soon as they got close, they were mercilessly killed. They did not even manage to escape. Why would the Jinlei Tensei allow a group of people with no potential to enter the mansion to obtain the inheritance? In midair, a young man from the 8 clans spoke. Their mounts were also young beasts. Then, their mounts roared like thunder and rushed into the entrance. "Xiaofu, be careful." The Honorable Weapon raised his head and reminded Du Xiaofu. He also hoped that his disciple would be able to obtain benefits from the Jinlei Tensei. After all, he was a terrifying expert. "Little brother Xiaofu, I'll leave Huan and Scarlet Rock to you." The desolate Heaven Leopard also reminded Du Xiaofu. He handed Blue Fantasy and Scarlet Rock to Du Xiaofu. "Let's go." Du Xiaofu nodded to the desolate Heaven Leopard. Then, he signaled to Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, Blue Fantasy, and Scarlet Rock that there was no danger ahead. He also stepped through space. "Wait for me," Sima Muhan shouted. Profound energy surged from the soles of her feet, and she immediately chased after Du Xiaofu. "Humph." Seeing Blue Fantasy leave with Du Xiaofu, Jin Lin's eyes flashed with a cold light. He waved his hand slightly, and many of the younger beasts behind him also flew into the distance. By now, quite a few people had already entered. It was a vast space filled with arcs of lightning. What a large space! It's like a small world. Rushing into the space, they saw a dense crowd of figures ahead. The youths from the 8 great families and the exotic beasts were already rushing forward. Sima Muhan's purple eyes were filled with emotion. Originally, outside the entrance, the ancient buildings seemed very close. Only when they entered did they realize that the buildings seemed to be at the end of the road. They were still far away from them. In the surrounding mountains, there were many broken walls and ruins that flickered faintly. Outside the entrance, the crowd was still frantically rushing in. There were even beasts rushing in. They all wanted to be the first to obtain a great opportunity. They didn't want others to beat them to it. I can sense treasures. There are countless spiritual medicines here, as well as countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Du Xiaoyao said as he stood on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. He squinted his pale golden eyes. Searching for treasures was a heaven-defying talent that he was born with. "Let's go." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu immediately let out a light shout and flew into the sky. Charge! Outside the entrance of the Divine Thunder Mansion, the crowd was still rushing in. The entrance wasn't small, but it couldn't hold so many people crazily rushing in. Amid the eruption of auras, some people were affected and fell from the sky. There were also people who began to clear the people in their way and force their way in. Chapter 1104. Those who block me will die. A terrifying ferocious bird flapped its wings. Everywhere it passed, people would be torn apart as it rushed into the entrance. Dongli Qiwang passed through the crowd with the Great Wheel Sect's disciples behind him. No one dared to block his path when he unleashed his talisman. Zhu Shui, Guoming, and the Profound Talisman Sect's disciples had already arrived at the entrance. Chen Yen looked at the buildings in the distance with a fervent gaze. He also wanted to obtain the great fortuitous encounter of Jinlei Tensei. Above Kyushu, The outstanding younger generation of the various peak factions had already rushed into the entrance. Bailey Wia Yuzheng Tongxian, Mu Qingge, Feng Wuxie, Mu Jianchen, and the others were all among them. Die! A ferocious beast was blasted apart and turned into a bloody mist. A youth walked out of the bloody mist. His eyes, which contained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, did not contain any impurities. They were clear yet bottomless as he stared at the vast buildings in front. This youth's skin was as translucent as jade. His long hair hung on his shoulders, giving off a faint glow. He had a slender figure. As he stood there, he looked indescribably otherworldly, like a celestial being. No one in the surroundings dared to block him. Not far away there was a youth in snow-white clothes. Under his thick eyebrows, his eyes were like gurgling spring water. His temperament was as gentle as the wind. There was a bloody mist in front of him with many corpses lying on the ground, filled with demonic qi. This young man was very handsome. His nose was like a hanging gallbladder, his figure was straight, and the corners of his rosy lips were slightly curled up, making his temperament even more unrestrained. He murmured, "That item should be in the divine thunder mansion. That is the zither demon, Shangguan Qi Xian. Don't provoke him. He is ferocious. He is not much inferior to Du Xiaofu." Many people in the surroundings looked at this youth in snow-white clothes and avoided him. A woman quietly appeared in the air. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and there was a hint of pink in her snow-white skin. It seemed like water could be wrung out of her skin. A few attendants followed behind her. All of them were beautiful young girls. There should be some good stuff in the divine thunder manor. The woman's eyes were like water and seemed to be able to see through everything. The corners of her dress fluttered, making her seem like an otherworldly fairy. The corners of her mouth curled up into a wisp of a smile that was ethereal and gorgeous like fireworks. Not far away in the void, Jiang Ruolin, Ninefold Spirit, Nameless, and the others all appeared in the sky. After pausing for a moment, they all rushed forward. Outside the thunder-rolling mountain, there was a towering mountain peak. The space around it was distorted for no reason. There were dozens of figures standing on the mountain peak. One of them was a yellow-robed old man whose eyes were filled with lightning. He was the enlightening old man from the devil religion. The dozens of people around him were all wearing hats and robes, making them look mysterious. "Emissary, this Du Xiaofu is growing stronger and stronger. Why didn't we make a move earlier?" The enlightening old man asked a figure wrapped in lightning in front of him. He didn't know why, but there was a real fear in his heart toward Du Xiaofu. Every time they met, the kid's strength would increase by a lot. If this continued, sooner or later, he would reach a terrifying level. There are people from the ancient Heaven sect hiding in the dark. Xiahou Feng Lei, GMO Mingchen, and the Saint Array prodigy are also there. We can't touch that kid now. The lightning figure flashed with lightning and said, "Lord Moksha has already entered. When the time comes, he will naturally deal with that kid. The inheritance of the Jinlei Tensei is also something that must be fought for. The people of the 9 great clans are here, and the people of the Phoenix clan are also here. I'm afraid it will be a fierce battle. Lord Moksha, do you dare to doubt Lord Moksha?" Amidst the fluctuations of the lightning shot out, causing the enlightening old man to shut his mouth and tremble for no reason. None of the younger generation above Kyushu knew that Lord Moksha would make a move. Otherwise, Lord Moksha would have already made a move. Only the juniors of the great clans in the Divine Thunder Manor are worthy of Lord Moksha making a move. However, even if the strongest juniors of those great clans came, Lord Moksha would not feel much pressure. Lord Moksha is naturally extraordinary. The enlightening old man nodded embarrassedly and asked, "Emissary, what about Xiahou Feng Lei? He is also at the front." Xiahou Feng Lei has already stepped into the 9-star realm. Currently, GMO Ming Chen and the Saint Array prodigy are also present, so they cannot make a move. However, they will not be able to jump around for long. Once the other experts of the sect are done with their tasks, none of them will be able to escape. The lightning figure looked at the enlightening old man and said in a stern voice, "You better pray that Lord Mo Shah will be able to successfully retrieve the silver-sifting soul-devouring lightning. Otherwise, you should know the consequences." The enlightening old man was shocked when he heard the words. He naturally knew the rules of the sect. Charge! The crowd was still rushing towards the entrance of the Divine Thunder Manor. The young beasts of the beast race were crazily fighting each other. Bang, bang, bang! With a low muffled sound, someone made a move. It was a drunk, middle-aged man with messy hair. He looked like a drunkard, but with every move he made, lightning flickered, and he killed several middle-aged men. "Who are you? How dare you attack the Heaven Saber sect?" On one side, the last peak martial revered martial artist was protecting the hundreds of young disciples behind him. His eyes were filled with shock. He did not know why the drunkard had suddenly appeared and attacked them. He had killed them swiftly and cleanly. "I just want to remind you that my son's father is still alive," the drunkard said softly. The drunk, middle-aged man softly opened his mouth. When his voice sounded, his body had already appeared in front of the perfect peak martial Zune in an incomparably ghost-like manner. A lightning palm gently landed on the top of his head. Bang! The lightning exploded and wreaked havoc. The middle-aged man did not know what was going on and was killed in a daze. He died with his eyes wide open. After killing the peak martial honorable middle-aged man, the drunkard left. He did not attack the young disciples of the Heaven Saber sect. He did not even look at them. The young disciples of the Heaven Saber sect were dumbfounded. They could not recover from the shock for a long time. Many people took deep breath. They had no idea where this drunkard came from, but his strength was so terrifying. The fact that he could enter the Divine Thunder residence was enough to prove that he was not old. The precious medicine, golden soul herb, is enough to refine pills of the perfect honorable grade and above. Below a withered cliff, a rich golden glow lingered. Du Xiaofu plucked a stalk of spiritual herb that was emitting a golden glow. Not bad at all. Du Xiaoyao was not far away. She was stuffing a piece of black rock into her mouth. Crunching sounds could be heard as she chewed. "That's 10,000 years lightning iron, a material that can be used to refine weapons. Du Xiaoyao, you're such a wastrel." Du Xiaofu felt his heart ache. The rock that Du Xiaoyao was eating was definitely a treasure. "I found a spiritual herb too." Not far away, Du Xiaoqing also plucked a spiritual herb. It was rich with energy, and she immediately stuffed it into her mouth. Scarlet Rock, Blue Fantasy, Star Swallowing Star, and Little Tiger were not willing to be left behind. They stuffed the spiritual herbs they found into their mouths first. Wastrels, a bunch of wastrels. Du Xiaofu was heartbroken. He immediately stored the spiritual herbs around him into his Qiankuan bag. Whoosh, whoosh, many figures landed on the top of the withered cliff. They were the young disciples who had entered the Divine Thunder residence. "It's the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Let's go, don't provoke him." Someone realized that it was the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Since he was already here, he did not dare to fight for the treasure. He immediately nodded and smiled apologetically. He then left in a hurry. Chapter 1105. After collecting many spiritual herbs at the bottom of the cliff, Du Xiaofu, Tun Xing, Little Tiger, Blue Fantasy, and the others left. After entering the space of the Divine Thunder Mansion, Du Xiaofu did not bring Dongli Diao, Lin Weiqi, and the others through. There was a fight for opportunities here. Protecting them might not be the best arrangement. Rumble! Low explosions constantly resounded in this space. A broken wall stretched across a valley. There were runes and lightning faintly spreading, as if a treasure had appeared. However, at this moment, the valley was filled with blood and corpses. Everyone wanted to rush in. "Snatch it! Roar!" The beasts roared and hissed. Their battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. The treasure made all the living beings go into a frenzy. Evil creature, how dare you touch the disciples of Camel Mountain? A middle-aged man shouted. He wielded a large hammer in his hand and smashed it towards a huge scaled beast. The terrifying aura caused huge waves to appear in the sky. The middle-aged man was a Nirvana martial saint. His aura was terrifying. Every swing of his hammer could cause runes to surge into the sky. So what if I kill you? The scaled beast spoke in human language and shouted loudly. Its scales were erected and filled with runes. Its ferocious aura surged. The man and beast fought fiercely. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Charge! Finally, someone rushed into the broken wall at the bottom of the valley. Behind him, a large group of people rushed in one after another. They wanted to obtain opportunities from the broken wall that was filled with multicolored light. Rumble! Suddenly, just as someone stepped into the broken wall, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the valley. Lightning intertwined and thunder suddenly descended. The group of people just rushed in and turned into smoke. They were all shattered into pieces by the thunder. The middle-aged man and the scaled beast that were fighting did not escape the sudden attack. They were directly destroyed in the valley. That was close. Luckily, we didn't go in. Tun Xing looked at the broken wall in front of him. After the attack, it had been razed to the ground. He could not help but feel a lingering fear. Luckily, he was stopped by the palace master and did not rush in. Du Xiaofu stared ahead. Killing and calamity were everywhere. For the sake of seizing good fortune and obtaining benefits, blood flowed like rivers. This time, it was unknown how many lives would be lost in the divine thunder manner, and how many peerless geniuses would fall. The divine artifact. Who dares to fight? Kill. In the distant sky, a Xiaofu Xiaofu. The runes light. Xiaofu 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 Xiaofu. Xiaofu Xiaofu. However, that lightning rod was enough to reach the level of an arcane artifact. It caused quite a few talented young men and women to fight over it. They did not give up easily. Xiaofu Xiaofu. Xiaofu Xiaofu. Xiaofu Xiaofu. Xiaofu Xiaofu Xiaofu. Xiaofu Xiaofu Xiaofu. The lightning rod continued to be fought over. Intense fighting broke out, and blood flowed like a river. It was unknown who would obtain it in the end. Du Xiaofu did not interfere. He and Du Xiaoyao continued their journey, heading towards the distant buildings. Du Xiaofu was also very careful along the way. There was killing intent everywhere, so he did not dare to be careless. Du Xiaoyao was also there. She was simply attracting hatred along the way as she searched for treasures. Fortunately, Du Xiaofu was famous for his ferocity. Along the way, even if someone saw them searching for treasures, no one dared to fight for them. Instead, they were afraid that Du Xiaofu would attack them. Thus, they avoided him as soon as they saw him. You don't deserve to own this treasure. Go ahead and die. On a desolate mountain, there were surging electric arcs. A young man and woman from the 8 great families were riding on strange beasts to seize a precious treasure. It was an antique jade bowl filled with runes. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the mouth of the bowl, as if it contained a sea of lightning. It was an absolute treasure. The surrounding young men were angry but did not dare to say anything. Those people were too strong. Many of them left behind corpses. They could only leave resentfully. Boom! In front of a cliff, the ground cracked and a huge mountain gushed out. The terrifying aura caused the surrounding creatures to tremble. That's the demonic stone bull, a terrifying demonic beast. I'm afraid it's at the Nirvana realm of the revered beast realm. When the enormous mountain peak appeared, someone cried out in alarm. It turned out that the huge mountain was actually a terrifying demonic stone bull. It was a demonic beast with an extremely high bloodline. It was extremely rare and was almost the strongest bloodline in the demonic stone bull clan. This spirit-transforming fruit is mine. The demonic stone bull roared. Its body was like a rock as runes fluctuated. Its eyes emitted an ominous light. There was a triangular head on its head, with the middle corner being the sharpest. It was rumored that the middle corner of the demonic stone bull had innate demonic runes that could pierce through everything. Evil beast! With a light shout, a figure descended from the sky. It was not afraid of the demonic stone bull at all. Puny human, you're courting death. The demonic stone bull was furious. Its entire body glowed and released demonic energy. Its huge body rushed forward as if it wanted to crush the void. It directly collided with the figure that was rushing over. However, the figure did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. He was not afraid of the demonic stone bull at all. From afar, he slapped out at the demonic stone bull. Boom! Suddenly, in front of the figure's palm, rune energy along with the energy of heaven and earth surged, causing the void to boil. It directly collided with the mountain-like body of the demonic stone bull. However, the demonic stone bull's huge body was sent flying. Pfft! The huge demonic stone bull fell violently below the cliff. It spat out mouthfuls of bull blood as if it could not withstand a single blow. In front of the cliff, a spirit-transforming fruit fell into the hands of the figure. It was an extremely handsome young man. His face seemed to have been carefully sculpted. His lips were the color of cherry blossoms, and the corners of his lips were quite perfect. It was as if he always had a smile on his face. However, the smile on the young man's face contained a hint of playfulness and a hint of naughtiness. However, this smile on his face was frighteningly beautiful. It was dangerous and evil at the same time. The two sides of his face created a complicated temperament. After the young man took the spirit-transforming fruit, he was about to leave. Suddenly, an indifferent voice called out, "Hand over the spirit-transforming fruit and I'll let you go." Roar. As the voice sounded out, the roar of a beast was like thunder. It roared in the sky as 20 to 30 people riding strange beasts flew over. They were one of the people from the 8 great families. The one who had just spoken was an extraordinary and arrogant young man. He was extraordinary and had an extraordinary demeanor. The handsome young man looked at the group of young men and women. He maintained the smile on his face as he softly muttered, "Are you from the school of vertical and horizontal? Hand over the spirit-transforming fruit." Seeing that the other party did not reply, the leading young man slightly raised his eyes and his gaze became sharper. "If you can defeat me, I'll give you the spirit-transforming fruit," the handsome young man said softly as he stood in the sky. His expression did not change. "If you want to be tortured, I'll fulfill your wish," the leading young man from the school of vertical and horizontal shouted as he stomped his foot on the ground. In an instant, his body shot out. The ancient aura was extremely majestic. He did not hold back his cultivation of the complete martial honorable realm as he directly pounced towards the handsome young man. "I wonder how much of the school of vertical and horizontals techniques you have learned." The handsome young man attacked. His body was like lightning as he immediately exchanged blows with the leading young man from the school of vertical and horizontal. As the two of them exchanged blows, they instantly used all sorts of unimaginable superpowers. The cliff collapsed and the huge rocks turned into dust. Many of the living creatures in the surroundings quickly moved away. Chapter 1106. The young man from the school of vertical and horizontal had wanted to trample the handsome young man in one move, but after exchanging blows, he realized that the handsome young man was unfathomable. No matter what kind of divine ability he used, the young man could easily break through it. Rumble! As the two of them fought, the runes around the cliff surged. It was as if the space there was about to be torn apart. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged no less than 30 moves like afterimages. With such mediocre strength, I've had enough fun. Looks like the school of vertical and horizontal has forgotten the pain after all these years. Do you really think that there's no one above Kyushu that can deal with you? The handsome young man's voice rang out. He no longer had the heart to continue fighting. Light began to shine in front of him, and suddenly, dazzling runes were emitted. The void suddenly trembled as a terrifying aura erupted. The palm of the handsome young man suddenly became crystal clear, and then turned into a jade seal. The jade seal seemed to have pierced through space and landed on the fist of the dragon-headed young man from the school of vertical and horizontal at a strange speed. Boom! The fist and palm collided, and the space there seemed to have been split open. The surging runes made it so that no living being dared to approach. Poochie! The young man from the school of vertical and horizontal was sent flying by the violent force, and blood spurted out of his mouth. The handsome young man did not say anything else. He turned around and left. Who's that young man? He's so strong. He looks like he's on par with the Demon King and Du Xiaofu. Why isn't he famous among the 12 heroes? There are quite a few experts of the younger generation. They aren't too ostentatious. If there's no one worthy of them making a move, they naturally wouldn't make a move easily. That's why they are so unknown. However, we can't rule out the fact that there are heaven-defying existences among them. The surrounding onlookers who didn't dare to get close were shocked. After a while, gasps of surprise could be heard. The handsome young man's strength was too tyrannical. Even the strongest person from the big families was no match for him. What kind of shocking strength was that? Another abnormal genius had appeared out of nowhere. In the entire space of the divine Thunder Manor, countless spiritual herbs and heavenly treasures had been produced over the countless years. There were also treasures left behind by the Jinlei Tensei, which caused endless battles. Blood flowed like a river, and countless geniuses died. In this kind of battle, everyone was tempted by the treasures, and their progress was slower. The buildings in the middle of the divine Thunder Manor seemed like it was just a short distance away, but they still hadn't reached it after a few days. The Jinlei Tensei thought with a glance. The Jinlei Tenseis and horizontals of vertical and horizontal and horizontal and horizontal and horizontal and horizontal and horizontal and the sky. On a mountain peak, Du Xiaofu looked around. In these few days, he had obtained countless spiritual herbs and treasures, but he had also seen too many bloody battles. Corpses were strewn everywhere, and miserable cries could be heard. The strong survive and progress, while the weak become stepping stones and fish meat. This is a fact that can't be changed. Tun Xing was much more indifferent, without any pity. All of this was normal for him. The strong are kings, while the weak are fish meat. This is a natural law. Du Xiaofu nodded, without any pity in his clear eyes. Since he had walked out of the Stone City until now, Du Xiaofu had understood these principles since he was young. However, looking at the bloody battles in all directions, Du Xiaofu seemed to be deep in thought, as if he had sensed something. Du Xiaofu and the others continued their journey. In this space, there were many broken walls and ruins. There were ancient traces, which showed that they had recorded a period of time countless years ago. In this space, everyone was still fighting, and no one was willing to let go of any treasures. Jinlei Tensei was too strong. He was an existence that surpassed the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. Obtaining any of his treasures was enough to dominate the world. Therefore, no one was willing to give up any opportunity. The entire Kyushu, the 8 great families, the demon domain, and all the peak younger generation had gathered together to fight for treasures. How fierce was this? Of course, no one stopped to fight for treasures along the way. Their final destination was still the vast building complex. What is this place? I can feel treasures. I thought there would be a lot of heavenly treasures. Why are there only a few Dao tools? There was an extremely hidden canyon that was vast and crisscrossed. In the depths of one of the valleys, there was a mottled ancient palace that was not large. It was covered in dust and was filled with the marks left behind by time. Du Xiaoyao chewed on a Dao artifact and stuttered as he spoke. He picked up an old praying mat in the central hall and looked at it carefully. After confirming that it was not a treasure, he threw it to the side. Let's go. Although this place is not ordinary, it is not strange either. There are a few high-grade Dao tools here. Du Xiaofu looked at the modeled palace as if he felt something. It was extremely illusory, but after carefully looking and confirming that there was nothing, he said to the others. Then, the group jumped out of the palace, intending to leave this hidden valley. Be careful! Suddenly, just as his figure flew out of the hall and stepped into the air, Du Xiaofu suddenly let out a soft shout, and his clear eyes suddenly surged with a golden light. Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Scarlet Rock, Du Xiaoqing, Blue Fantasy, Star-Devouring Beast, and Little Tiger immediately became alert. They immediately gathered around Du Xiaofu. Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Your soul is not weak. Looks like the Silvernet soul-devouring thunder is on you? After the faint voice, a handsome young man slowly descended from the sky. His face seemed to be carved carefully, and the smile on his lips contained a hint of playfulness and a hint of naughtiness. Hearing that, Du Xiaofu's expression immediately changed. He looked at the handsome young man and asked, "State your name?" "My name is Moksha. I come from the devil religion. You have the right to fight me." The handsome young man spoke. The curve of his lips was rather perfect, as if he was smiling at all times. This smile was both dangerous and evil, causing the presence on his body to become very complicated. Du Xiaoyao, Star-Devouring Beast, you two go first. We'll meet up at the end. Du Xiaofu stared closely at the person who called himself Moksha as he spoke to Du Xiaoyao and Star-Devouring Beast. All right. Du Xiaoyao did not say anything else. She seemed to sense something as well, so she immediately gestured to Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Scarlet Rock and the others before leaving. Moksha continued to smile as he watched Du Xiaoyao and the others leave. He did not stop them at all. His gaze remained on Du Xiaofu as he smiled. Phew! Sensing that Du Xiaoyao and the others had left, Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. He could sense that the young man named Moksha was very powerful. At the very least, he was not weaker than Dragon 9. He had a dangerous presence, but he was far stronger than Dragon 9. That was why he asked Du Xiaoyao and the others to leave so that he could fight with all his might. He had encountered someone from the devil religion, and this person had come for him. Du Xiaofu was very clear that a great battle was unavoidable. You should be able to fight with peace of mind now. Emo Sha looked at Du Xiaofu, as calm as the wind and clouds. Not bad, we can fight now. Du Xiaofu did not say much. In this situation, there was no need for words. The golden light in his eyes became more and more intense. In an instant, the golden light shone brightly. His figure turned into a flash of golden light, and he immediately attacked. Following Du Xiaofu's attack, the surrounding golden light boiled. With the help of the beast energy, a scarlet cloud dragon burst out with green and red light as if it was alive. It swept towards Moksha. Chapter 1107. You are indeed not weak. You are much stronger than the people sent by the other families. Emo Sha withdrew the smile that was always there, and on his handsome face, his expression suddenly became more severe. Runes flashed all over his body, and the mysterious runes on the runes flickered. His aura was frightening, and he also activated his beast energy. An enormous phantom of a strange beast fiercely pounced out, clashing with the phantom of the profound cloud Scarlet Dragon. Du Xiaofu attacked again. His eyes glowed with starlight, and he activated the Star Profound. It was as if a star was about to fall. Under that terrifying pressure, everyone's soul trembled, and they almost knelt down. Towards the terrifying Star Profound, it was a kind of innate reverence. It originated from the soul, origin, spirit, and bloodline, and they wanted to kneel down. But Moksha was not afraid. Divine light spread out from his body, turning into a divine ring to resist. Grass of Immortality. Dark Insight Grass. Du Xiaofu was fierce. He activated the Grass of Immortality and Dark Insight Grass at the same time. The golden-winged rock behind him expanded, and then he continued to attack fiercely. Rock Chaos Shattering Claw. Sky-Shaking Wings. Rock descends to the 9 heavens. Tyrannical fists. Shaoyang seal. Terrifying attacks swept out and the pressure descended, raising a large part of the canyon to the ground. This terrifying power attracted countless people to watch from afar. Moksha's body was covered in an ancient armor, and there was a faint demonic aura spreading out. Lightning flashed, and dazzling runes spread out from his body, forming a solidified void around him. A terrifying aura shook the 9 heavens. Moksha was like a demon lord descending to the mortal world. At this moment, a demon king and a demon lord were fighting fiercely, and it made people's souls tremble as they watched from afar. Bang, bang, bang! In the blink of an eye, the two of them had crossed a distance of 300,000 meters. The onlookers did not dare to get close, but there were still some unlucky people who were affected. The unluckiest ones even had their bodies ripped apart and turned into a bloody mist. Only their souls managed to escape. Who is that mysterious youth? He can actually fight on par with the Demon King Du Xiaofu. The spectators who were attracted from all directions were shocked. There was actually someone who could fight against the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. This was too inconceivable. There was actually someone in the same generation who could contend against the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. As expected, you're not weak. You're even stronger than I imagined. In the chaotic space, runes flew out and the space exploded. Moksha soared through the air, his hair fluttering behind him. He exuded an indescribable sense of danger and devilish evilness. At this moment, Moksha was like a true devil lord. He walked towards Du Xiaofu step by step, his aura distorting the surrounding void. You are only at the Nirvana realm of the martial honored realm. Du Xiaofu was stunned. Moksha from the devil religion was only at the Nirvana realm of the martial honorable realm. However, his terrifying strength was even stronger than Dragon 9. How terrifying was this person's strength? You should be proud to be able to make me use my full strength, Moksha roared. At the same time, with him as the center, dazzling runes exploded. It was as if the stars in the galaxy were falling. It was dazzling, and it was as if meteorites were colliding with Du Xiaofu. At this moment, wherever Moksha passed by, the terrifying energy swept out in all directions and charged towards Du Xiaofu. It imprisoned a large part of the void, as if it could stop time and space. Many of the spectators were imprisoned within it, maintaining a dull posture. Every one of them was filled with fear. The golden wings on Du Xiaofu's back spread out, shattering the frozen void. He transformed into the golden light demon king and charged towards Moksha. The surrounding void was restored. The dazed crowd was instantly terrified. They retreated rapidly with their hair standing on end. Deep fear surged from the depths of everyone's primordial spirit. Their primordial spirits were trembling. Rumble! Moksha and Du Xiaofu collided. A large part of the void exploded, and there were space ripples that turned into fragments. At this moment, the two of them were fighting fiercely. Instead, they were fighting with their physical strength. Everyone knew that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had a terrifying physical body. However, what was shocking was that Moksha's physical body was also so abnormal. It was actually not inferior to the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. The battle went on for a few hours. Du Xiaofu and Moksha were exhausted. The two of them seemed to have some kind of extremely mysterious tacit understanding. They actually did not activate their pulse spirit and martial vein. Thump! Thump! Du Xiaofu's figure was wrapped in golden light and was knocked back. His body was covered in wounds, and his breath was in disorder. Moksha was stronger than Du Xiaofu had imagined. He was definitely the strongest opponent that Du Xiaofu had encountered since his debut. They were both at the martial revered Nirvana realm, but Du Xiaofu was actually helpless against him. Thump! Thump! Moksha, who was wrapped in armor, was also knocked back. There were cracks on the armor on his body, and his breath was weak. He looked at Du Xiaofu, and his eyes were emitting lightning radiance. The two of them stood facing each other and emitted a terrifying aura. One was the Demon King, and the other was the Demon King. Two demons across the sky. I'll leave the silver net soul-devouring lightning with you for a few more days. When the inheritance ends here, it will be the time for the real battle between you and me. As Moksha's voice sounded, his figure turned around and flew away. He did not intend to continue the battle. No one noticed that after Moksha turned around, the armor on his chest cracked again. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood. That was the injury caused by Du Xiaofu's tyrannical fist. Du Xiaofu did not stop him. At the moment when Moksha left, he let out a groan from his throat. A mouthful of pale golden blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. However, he swallowed the blood in his mouth, and his face became paler. After that, Du Xiaofu did not stay. He turned around and left. Demon King, Du Xiaofu, and Nan Yen have all left. Is it a draw? The onlookers from afar exclaimed. The two terrifying Demon King had actually left. After a while, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared on a mountain peak. His aura was restrained. In the battle with Moksha just now there was no clear winner. Both of them were considered to have suffered great losses. Devil religion. Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with radiance. Moksha was very strong. They were both Nirvana realm revered martial artists, but both of them suffered great losses. Although he did not activate the arterial spirit, nor did he use the thunder martial vein or the purple gold heavenly palace, Du Xiaofu knew in his heart that Moksha definitely still had some tricks up his sleeve. Moksha's martial vein and pulse were definitely not simple. If both of them were to continue the battle, they would really have to go all out. In a battle of life and death, someone would definitely die in the battle. However, the person who won in the end would definitely be extremely miserable. At that time, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. He would also lose the opportunity to completely fight for the inheritance of Jinlei Tensei. This person is too strong. Du Xiaofu was shocked. Strictly speaking, Moksha was definitely the number one opponent of his generation in his life. Even Dragon 9 was far from being his opponent. After consuming the elixir and taking a deep breath, Du Xiaofu did not stay for long. He did not spend much time adjusting his breathing and continued his journey. This was because the inheritance of Jinlei Tensei was likely to be in the vast building in front of him. Du Xiaofu did not have much time to waste. Moreover, the little tiger Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and the others were probably waiting for him in front. Roar, this space was currently in chaos. Treasures were appearing everywhere. Spiritual herbs were growing everywhere. There were endless battles everywhere, and blood flowed like rivers. A large number of experts from the Beast Clan filled the sky. The ferocious beasts leaped across the mountains and forests. They were extremely terrifying. They were also fighting for various treasures and opportunities. Whenever a spiritual herb was discovered or a treasure of heaven and earth was dug out, there would be waves of human cultivators flocking over. In the end, there would be a bloody battle to fight for it. Chapter 1108. On the way to the vast building, Du Xiaofu appeared in a treasure-fighting battlefield. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes glowed with golden light. His aura was domineering. Many young men and women, as well as some middle-aged men, who were fighting for treasures, showed fear in their eyes when they saw the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. They started to retreat. Dragon 9 and the people from the 9 great tribes dared to kill the Demon King, so they did not dare to provoke him. Thunder Spirit Snow Mushroom, this is it. Du Xiaofu picked a stalk of Ganoderma that was covered with lightning in a cave. The rich energy could be felt from thousands of feet away. Multicolored light soared into the sky as if lightning was flashing and thunder was rumbling. Thunder Spirit Snow Mushroom was a rare treasure medicine. It could be used as an ingredient to refine origin venerable grade and above pills. Priceless was not enough to describe its value. Roar! After obtaining such a treasure medicine, Du Xiaofu was also smiling. Just as he was about to swallow it, the space in front of him suddenly fluctuated. The roars of beasts were endless. Hundreds of beasts rushed past the onlookers. They were many young men and women of the beast tribe. Some of them even transformed into their original forms. From the looks of it, these beasts had formed a huge alliance, forming an absolutely terrifying force. Thunder Spirit Snow Mushroom was also a treasure to the beast tribe. Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared at the Thunder Spirit Snow Mushroom in Du Xiaofu's hand. Their eyes were all burning red. Du Xiaofu, you and the young man have both been injured in the battle. I'm afraid you're at the end of your rope now. Give the Thunder Spirit Snow Mushroom to us, and we won't make things difficult for you. A giant white wolf looked at Du Xiaofu and shouted. It was the leader. It was at the peak of the Nirvana realm. He was considered a middle-aged man in the beast tribe. He was the absolute king of the wolf tribe, the soul-devouring snow wolf. Do you think that I'm at your mercy now? Du Xiaofu let out a hollow laugh as he swallowed the lightning spirit snow mushroom and said in a calm tone, Come at me if you want to die. He's definitely an arrow at the end of its flight. He wants to consume the Thunder Spirit Snow Ganoderma to recover, but he's pretending to be strong. He just consumed the Thunder Spirit Snow Ganoderma, and the medicinal effects are still in his body. Swallowing this Du Xiaofu is equivalent to obtaining the Thunder Spirit Snow Ganoderma. This person's body is also a treasure, and he even has dragon bones. The soul-devouring snow wolf roared. Greed was its nature. It was certain that Du Xiaofu had no choice but to directly consume the lightning spirit Snow Zoisha. He had truly reached his limit, and this was the best opportunity for it to attack. If it missed this opportunity, there would be no next time. This demon king Du Xiaofu also had a great treasure on him. Kill! As soon as the soul-devouring snow wolf roared, over 100 young beasts attacked in unison. Boom! Some of the demonic beasts at the front transformed into their mountain-like true forms and directly suppressed Du Xiaofu. They used their strongest attack right from the start, joining forces to form a destructive attack. They wanted to suppress Du Xiaofu to death. With over 100 extraordinary beasts attacking together, one could imagine how powerful they were. They also knew how terrifying Du Xiaofu was. Therefore, they didn't hold back at all. That terrifying beast energy and runes surged. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, and the surrounding rocks cracked open. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Evil creature! Du Xiaofu's complexion was cold. 2 golden lights shot out from his eyes. In an instant, dazzling mysterious runes arranged and condensed on his back. The golden wings of the Dapeng were activated. Boom! A tyrannical and fierce aura suddenly swept out from Du Xiaofu's body. The golden wings of the Dapeng on his back overflowed with flowing light, and a majestic light filled the air. It was as if the Dapeng had spread its wings and soared to the 9 heavens. Boom! The terrifying aura of over 100 beasts swept over and enveloped Du Xiaofu. Under that terrifying aura, the rocks around Du Xiaofu were shattered into fine powder. Dust and gravel filled the sky, and the ground cracked open. Huge rocks exploded and turned into fine powder. Sumeru illusion. Dapeng descends to the 9 heavens. The mysterious runes in his eyes were activated. Behind him, the Dapeng's golden wings activated the Dapeng descends to the 9 heavens. Golden light bloomed in the sky, and the momentum was terrifying. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was like a true golden-winged rock that had descended, and he carried the domineering will of the golden-winged rock clan. He flapped his wings and swept through the sky, and he suppressed forcefully. Rumble! In such a terrifying battle, Du Xiaofu fought 100 by himself and swept through the surroundings, causing it to seem as if thunder was rumbling in midair while the glow of rough talisman markings that were gorgeous like fireworks, causing the entire sky to be covered in dazzling light. Behind the resplendent light, there was a shocking pressure. It was like destruction, and the surrounding heaven and earth trembled. Space was torn apart, and the attacks of over 100 beasts were destroyed like a hot knife through butter. Pucci, a large number of demonic beasts spat out blood. Some of the weaker demonic beasts were suppressed into a bloody mist. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Especially under that terrifying aura, it was like a real doping descending. They couldn't resist that pressure at all. Roar! Tigers roared, dragons roared, turtles cried, and sparrows cried. Accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, an azure gold light filled the sky. At the same time, everyone saw the sky shatter, and a sword light wrapped in golden runes ruthlessly slashed at the soul-devouring snow wolf. Under this sword, the soul-devouring snow wolf's head was directly chopped off. Kill! Du Xiaofu slaughtered in all directions. Every time the sword light swept out, a huge demonic beast would be decapitated. It was simply unmatched. Many huge demonic beasts fell like meteorite. They heavily smashed into the ground, and huge craters were formed in the ground. Rumble, Du Xiaofu's killing intent had been ignited. The gigantic demonic beasts fell to the ground one after another, and the impact caused the ground to crack open in all directions, extending all the way to the distance. In the end, only a few of the hundreds of demonic beasts managed to escape with serious injuries. The rest were all killed by Du Xiaofu. It was shocking, and as usual, it made people tremble in fear. All the mystic bones, beast blood, and the most important treasures of the demonic beasts were slowly collected by Du Xiaofu. There were many onlookers around, and their eyes were red. However, no one dared to come forward to snatch it. They were all scared by Du Xiaofu. In this space, the elders of their sex were unable to protect them. After collecting everything and obtaining a huge harvest, Du Xiaofu then left. He flew towards the huge building, and it seemed that it wasn't far ahead. Along the way, Du Xiaofu saw too much blood and battles. These young extraordinary people of the Kyushu and the Demon Domain were all involved in a huge battle in order to fight for the inheritance of Jinlei Tensei. Countless people of the younger generation were peerless talents in the outside world. However, some of them died without even a sound. Finally, more and more people came from all directions. A large crowd of people was heading towards the huge building in the center. The huge, continuous building was about to appear in front of them. This place is sealed. The higher you fly, the greater the pressure. The deeper you go, the greater the pressure. If you are not at the Nirvana Martial Emperor realm, it will be difficult to enter. Someone in the crowd cried out in surprise. Just outside the vast building complex, the surrounding sky had been completely sealed, and the void was full of restrictions and seals. The closer everyone got, the more they felt as if they were sinking into a swamp. Their speed was greatly reduced, and the pressure was greatly increased. Moving one's body took hundreds of times more effort than usual. What a powerful restriction! It's been so long, but it's still so magical. As expected of the mansion of Jinlei Tensei, Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked around. The void was filled with strange electric arcs. At this moment, the younger generation of the top forces had also arrived. Du Xiaofu searched around in the crowd and finally sensed Du Xiaoyao's aura. "Are you okay? Where's that person?" Just as Du Xiaofu was about to look for Du Xiaoyao had already appeared in front of him. Behind her were Tun Xing, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Scarlet Rock, and Blue Fantasy. "That person is very strong. I can't do anything to him," Du Xiaofu said. Looking around, many familiar figures appeared. Ninefold Spirit, Jiang Ruolin, John Doe, and the others were in front. Bailey Weia, Yujing Tongxian, and the others were also in front. The ones in the front were none other than the young men and women of the 8 great clans who were riding strange birds and beasts. Huang Ling Not far away, Du Xiaofu saw the carriage again. Huang Ling graceful figure appeared in the crowd. Her body was rippling with colorful light, and her graceful figure was faintly discernible. Chapter 1109. However, What made Du Xiaofu a little suspicious was that Huang Linger seemed to have just fought a great battle. Her body seemed to be injured, her aura in a mess, stained with blood. Not only that, Du Xiaofu carefully looked at the people around him, including Bailey Wuya, Yujing Tongxian, and the younger generation of the 8 great families. They all had traces of injuries on their bodies, as if something had just happened here. What happened here? Du Xiaofu asked. Seeing that Du Xiaoqing and the little tiger were not injured, only then did he relax. We also just arrived not long ago. It is said that it is difficult to enter this place. Not long ago, a lightning rune swept out and some people were destroyed. Those who were stronger were also injured, Tuxing said. They had not been here for long, so they had escaped that disaster. I finally found you. As the voice fell, Sima Muhan's beautiful figure flashed over, also seeming to have some light injuries. Looking at Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoqing, she asked, Little Qing, Du Xiaofu, are you all right on your way here? We are fine. Du Xiaoqing shook her head. She had not encountered any danger on her way here. You are injured? Du Xiaofu frowned. Sima Muhan had some injuries on her body, but her injuries should not be serious. It is good that you are fine. Sima Muhan nodded to Du Xiaoqing, and did not let Du Xiaofu speak. Looking ahead, she said to Du Xiaofu, My injuries are not serious. I just suffered a backlash from the restrictions here. This should be Jinlei Tensei's residence. It is said that Jinlei Tensei had 3 treasures, a weapon, a body armor, and a treasure, but no one knows. There are also restrictions here, so it is very likely that the treasure is hidden in front of us, but it is difficult for us to enter now. Jinlei Tensei's treasure, if it was obtained by someone, it would be enough to dominate Kyushu. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's heart also faintly trembled. The weapon and body armor of an expert like Jinlei Tensei, if it was obtained by someone, what a great opportunity it would be. Following Du Xiaofu's words, a blood-curdling scream suddenly came from the front. It made one's hair stand on end, and all the young geniuses of the younger generation also had their hair stand on end. Here it comes again. The restrictions here are not stable, and those with low cultivation can't break in. Sima Muhan frowned, and runes suddenly burst out from her body. Du Xiaofu looked ahead with rapt attention, and saw a large amount of lightning sweeping out. It was a large amount of lightning runes, but it looked like lightning. Some people tried to barge into the lightning runes, but they were instantly destroyed. The lightning runes even had a terrifying devouring power that could devour people. Whoosh! In front of the lightning runes, a figure suddenly swept out, and his body was wrapped in lightning runes. It was an extremely handsome young man, and he directly rushed into the lightning runes. How can he enter without being blocked by the lightning runes? Everyone was shocked that the young man could actually break into the lightning runes. It's Moksha. Du Xiaofu frowned. The young man who had just broken into the lightning runes was actually Moksha, who had fought with him not long ago. He could easily enter the lightning runes. At the same time, the lightning runes swept out, and Du Xiaofu's Yuan spirit trembled. The silver net soul-devouring lightning in his Yuan spirit seemed to have sensed something, and was eager to try. I understand now. Those are lightning runes, and they are the entry level of the lightning runes. If you want to obtain the inheritance of Jinlei Tensei, you must first comprehend the lightning runes. Once you comprehend the lightning runes, you will be able to enter the lightning runes. Du Xiaofu suddenly understood something, and said to Sima Muhan, Du Xiaoyao and the others beside him. However, he felt the movement of the silver net soul swallowing lightning in his primordial spirit. A white lightning rune rushed out from between his brows, and his body rushed out under the pressure. Under the astonishment of the entire place, he crossed the younger generation of several large families and directly charged into the lightning rune. Demon King Du Xiaofu also went in. Someone exclaimed. They didn't know how to break into the lightning runes. It was very likely that there were treasures and inheritances left behind by Jinlei Tensei inside. They absolutely couldn't let others get there first. Everyone immediately became anxious. Those lightning runes are a kind of lightning runes. Once you comprehend it, you will be able to enter. Huang Linger of the Phoenix clan said softly. She didn't hide it, and instead told everyone about it. Her graceful figure directly rushed into the lightning runes. Quickly comprehend the lightning runes. Countless outstanding talents of the younger generation in the surroundings immediately began to comprehend the lightning runes. These outstanding talents of the younger generation were like dragons and phoenixes among men. Regardless of whether they were from the beast clan or the human clan, how could their comprehension ability be weak when they came here? After a short while, the young men and women of the 8 great families, wrapped in lightning runes, began to break into the lightning rune space of the restriction. Subsequently, many outstanding talents of the younger generation of the major forces also rushed into the lightning runes one after another. They were no longer attacked by the lightning runes. I understand now. Sima Muhan also seemed to have understood something. Some lightning runes fluctuated in her lilac eyes, and then she also entered the lightning runes restriction. What a powerful restriction! I can't even get in. Du Xiaoyao was somewhat angry. Its innate ability was completely useless in front of the lightning runes restriction. When Du Xiaofu entered the lightning rune space, he found that the lightning runes were getting brighter and brighter. The pressure inside was also getting stronger and stronger. However, under the effect of the silver silk soul-devouring lightning in his Yuan spirit, he didn't seem to encounter much resistance in this space. Moksha. After a moment, Du Xiaofu saw Moksha, who had just broken into the lightning runes restriction. He stood in the lightning runes, his eyes rippling with lightning as he stared intently at the lightning runes in front of him. He seemed to be comprehending something. Moksha was still obstructed inside. He needed to continue comprehending the lightning runes before he could move forward. Suddenly, Moksha turned his head. He felt Du Xiaofu looking at Du Xiaofu from afar. Their eyes met, and both of them had a complicated look in their eyes. Du Xiaofu felt a chill. He felt that Moksha was still obstructed inside and couldn't move forward. It was very likely that there were treasures or even inheritances left behind by Jinlei Tensei ahead. Du Xiaofu didn't attack Moksha. He knew that even if he attacked, the result would be a lose-lose situation. This was an inconclusive battle. The most important thing now was to go in and look for treasures. Hence, Du Xiaofu turned around and directly broke into the lightning runes with the help of the silver sieve soul-devouring thunder. Seeing that Du Xiaofu had entered so easily, Moksha's eyes flashed with doubt. He then continued to comprehend the lightning runes. Du Xiaofu broke into the lightning runes. After a moment, Du Xiaofu walked out of a huge square. This huge square was surrounded by palaces on 3 sides. It was bigger and more majestic than any imperial palace. A large number of palaces stood tall, and there were many ferocious and mighty bronze statues around the square. The whole palace building was like a huge city. It was majestic, and there were lightning runes everywhere. The aura was ancient and destructive, as if it had passed through time and space and existed for tens of thousands of years. While Du Xiaofu was still in shock, a flowing light suddenly flashed across the square in front of him. A woman suddenly appeared in front of him. The woman was wearing a long dress that outlined her graceful curves. Her face was extremely ordinary. Although she wasn't ugly, she definitely wouldn't make people want to take a second look at her. "You're finally here." Looking at Du Xiaofu, the woman's eyes trembled slightly. "You are?" Du Xiaofu looked at the woman who suddenly appeared and was subconsciously on guard. However, he felt a sense of déjà vu. He couldn't help but carefully size her up. "Don't you recognize me?" The woman smiled and looked at the purple-robed young man in front of her. Her eyes rippled and she sighed. "No wonder you can't recognize me with my appearance." Chapter 11:10. With that, the woman handed a jade slip to Du Xiaofu and said, Uncle Tingxian left this for you. He has something to say to you. You need the power of the lightning martial vein in your body to open it. My father, Du Xiaofu, was stunned when he heard this. He immediately took the jade slip from the woman's hand. It was a message jade slip, and it was not a simple message jade slip. Du Xiaofu discovered that there was a seal on it, and only a special method could open it. Chi la la, purple lightning rippled on his body. Lightning rippled from Du Xiaofu's palm. At the same time, the jade slip in his hand was covered in lightning and finally shattered. Chi! A blinding ray of light shot out from the jade slip. Then, as if it had opened its eyes, it directly shot into the space between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. The dazzling light was so dazzling that Du Xiaofu subconsciously closed his eyes. Then, he sensed that he had appeared in a misty space. Space rippled, and there was a dense fog all around. There was also lightning rippling. A figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. It was a seemingly drunk middle-aged man. Under his messy hair, one could faintly see the curve of a smile on his lip. He gently brushed aside the messy hair in front of his forehead, and a handsome face immediately appeared. Father! Du Xiaofu gazed at the figure that had suddenly appeared in front of him. Although it was only a brief figure formed from a wisp of yuan spirit energy, and was extremely illusory, it still caused Du Xiaofu's heart to tremble. It was his drunkard father that he had come to find this time, the person closest to him. From the moment you entered Thunder Rolling Mountain, I more or less knew that you had come. Du Tingxuan's lips were very thin. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a pure and happy smile and said, This is a message I left behind. There are some things that I can't tell you for the time being. Looking at the situation, you should have come into contact with legalism and know about your mother and sister's situation. This saves me the trouble of explaining. After a slight pause, Du Tingxuan's heroic eyes gradually became sharp, saying, Overall, I purposely opened the Divine Thunder Manor. The news was also purposely spread by me. The goal was only to attract people from legalism, hoping to see your sister Xiaojing appear. However, I didn't expect Xiaojing to not be among the people from legalism this time. At this moment, the Divine Thunder Mansion had already opened. At this moment, I had already entered the true land of inheritance in Jinlei Tensei. I was afraid that it would take a long time before I could leave. What's left here now are only some extraordinary treasures and divine arts left behind by Jinlei Tensei. In this world, they are already precious treasures. As far as I know, Jinlei Tensei had 3 most extraordinary treasures, and one of them was left behind in this space. Even I couldn't find it, and it was left behind for the fated person. During this period, you have to be careful. Although the Heaven Knife sect, Ancient Fist sect, and other forces are not as powerful as legalism, they are still huge forces, especially the dragons. They are even more powerful than legalism. When I come out of seclusion, we will personally go to legalism to find your mother and sister. Our family must be reunited. In addition, Zijin is a good girl. She has a pure heart and outstanding intelligence. She seems to have obtained many great opportunities these years. Even if you don't want to, you have to take good care of her and send her safely back to Stone City. We father and son will have a chance to meet again. As his voice fell, Du Tingxuan's figure gradually disappeared, and the surrounding space also began to dissipate. Zijin, what's the meaning of this? Du Xiaofu was stunned, and then he opened his eyes. You saw Uncle Tingxian, right? He's fine. He has already gone to the true land of inheritance. As Du Xiaofu opened his eyes, a clear and melodious voice sounded. The eyes of the woman in front of him seemed to be suffused with mist. Her face was enough to cause the downfall of countries like a fairy. Her long skirt outlined a graceful and moving arc, revealing an elegant and slightly charming aura. It was as if she was a completely different person from before. You're Zijin. Du Xiaofu was stunned. He looked at the girl in front of him, and then he suddenly regained his senses. Du Xiaofu finally recognized the girl in front of him. She was Yi Zijin. Back then, she was the eldest daughter of the Yi clan in Stone City, and all the youths in Stone City vied for her. When he went to Tianwu Academy, she also left Stone City to explore the outside world. He didn't expect that after so many years, Yi Zijin would become so beautiful. You finally recognized me. Yi Zijin smiled, and her bright black eyes looked at Du Xiaofu. Ripples appeared in her eyes as she said, I didn't expect the third young master of the Du clan to become the famous demon king of Kyushu. Like father, like son. Du Xiaofu smiled. He looked at the girl in front of him, and felt the aura on her body. It was as difficult to detect as Jiang Ruolin, Zhu Shui, and the others. Just like what his drunkard father said, Yi Zijin seemed to have obtained many opportunities in the outside world. He then said, Uncle Yi instructed me to bring you back to Stone City if I see you. You haven't returned all these years, and he's worried about you. I'm unfilial and made my father worry. Hearing this, Yi Zijin's fairy-like face revealed a bitter smile. She then said, It's time for me to go back. I wonder if there are any changes in Stone City? Stone City is still Stone City. If you go back, Uncle Yi will be very happy. Du Xiaofu smiled. Suddenly, before he finished speaking, his expression sank. He said to Yi Zijin, Moksha is finally here. If there are any changes, you have to be careful. Who's Moksha? Yi Zijin asked. Her black eyes looked at the space behind her that was covered in lightning runes. She could clearly feel that someone who had comprehended the mysteries of lightning had barged in. People from the devil religion. They're very strong. Du Xiaofu said simply. Moksha was the strongest person in his generation that he had ever met. Although he wasn't at a disadvantage, he definitely couldn't gain the upper hand. Whoosh! As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, Moksha's figure wrapped in lightning runes appeared. When Moksha appeared, his gaze swept over Du Xiaofu. After pausing for a while on Yi Zijin's body, he looked at the magnificent palace in front of him. Whoosh whoosh, soon deep lightning wrapped around the lightning runes came out. After Moksha arrived, Huang Ling of the Phoenix clan followed. Then, Zhou Yu and some other people from the 8 great families also arrived. Everyone landed on the square and marveled at the huge palace complex in front of them. Then, Yuzheng Tongxian, Feng Wuxia, Hua Zimo, Bailey Wuya and others, the top young generation of Kyushu's major forces arrived one after another. Dongli Qihuang, Jiu Chongling, Zhu Shui, Jiang Ruolin, Nameless, and others came from afar. In the crowd, there were also a few unfamiliar young men and women. Du Xiaofu secretly peeked at them with his mind. The aura hidden on their bodies was definitely not below Feng Wuxia, Bailey Wuya, and others. Xiaofu, brother. Sima Muhan, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Blue Fantasy, Scarlet Rock, Little Tiger, Swallowing Star, and others came together and landed beside Du Xiaofu. Looking at Yi Zijin beside Du Xiaofu, they were a little surprised, but then their eyes were attracted by the vast palace. Inside the vast palace, secret lightning runes began to spread out, and a mysterious aura spread out. Buzz buzz, in the space above, a large number of electric arcs swam, as if something was about to awaken. The aura was terrifying. The inheritance and treasures of Jinlei Tensei must be hidden here. This is the real residence of Jinlei Tensei. A young man said with trembling eyes. After being in Tianhuang mainland for so long, they finally arrived at the real residence of Jinlei Tensei. Swoosh swoosh. The aura surged and shook the space. Immediately, some people began to dash out like lightning towards the largest palace in front. Boom! Suddenly, the space trembled, and there was a terrifying aura. Someone attacked someone who was faster than him. Not wanting someone to beat him to it, he attacked the former. Bastard! The former was obviously not to be trifled with. How could anyone who could reach this place at the fastest speed be weak? Immediately, the former turned around and waved his hand with a cold look in his eyes. Let me go first. Huang Linger also attacked. Her body was wrapped in blazing 7-colored flames, and her target was Moksha, who was the first to dash out. Chapter 11:11. Phoenix Clan, you're not weaker than Dragon 9, but you can't stop me either. Moksha turned around. His eyes were cold and emotionless as he directly attacked Huang Linger. Your origin is mysterious, but your strength is strong. However, it's impossible for you to leave so easily, Huang Linger said in a low voice. She didn't dare to be careless. She could feel the tyrannical strength of her opponent, and there was also a dangerous aura around him. As she formed a hand seal, a blazing rainbow-colored flame swept out like a hurricane. It was like a sea of fire that wanted to devour Moksha. Break! Moksha shouted. His aura shook the void. Mysterious runes circulated around his body. He was protected by armor, and he was not afraid of the rainbow-colored flame. Huang Linger's eyes seemed to be on the verge of spreading flames. Her skin was covered in flames, and the power of the flames burned, turning into a pair of flaming phoenix wings on her back. A supreme beast aura erupted, directly suppressing Moksha. Boom! Moksha's body flickered with lightning. Thunder and lightning overflowed, confining Huang Linger in the space. The two of them exchanged blows, and in an instant it was violent, shocking everyone. Bang, bang, bang! The 8 great families, the peak of Kyushu's younger generation, Yujing Tongxian, Bailey Wuya, Feng Wuxie, and the others, were all tangled up in a chaotic battle in an instant. They all wanted to be the first to enter the huge palace, so that they could obtain the inheritance of Jinlei Tensei and compete for the treasures. Those who block me will die. A young man from the 8 great families was covered in a runic armor. His whole body erupted with dazzling divine light. He held an extraordinary instrument in his hand and rushed forward with all his strength. Charge! At the same time, Du Xiaoyao seemed to have sensed something. The restriction here prevented it from using its innate talent. It could only rely on itself to fight for the treasures. It transformed into a golden ape, and the crimson horse monkey's body overflowed with golden light. It erupted with supreme divine might and attacked forward. Is that the crimson horse monkey? It's a legendary beast, how could it appear here? Some people were shocked when they saw Du Xiaoyao's crimson horse monkey's body, and didn't dare to provoke it. The rarer the existence crimson horse monkey, the harder it was to provoke it. Holala! Feng Wuxie made his move. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and frost filled the sky, freezing the void. Zhou Yu made his move. His opponent was a woman from one of the 8 great clans. The ancient auras from both of them suppressed a small square. Their auras erupted, and it was hard to tell who was superior. Tiger, Blue, Scarlet Rock, Du Shaoqing Star, and Star, Swallowing Star, they had already Swing Star, they had Star Swing Star. God Dragon is as Yang God to lose Yan. You use you. You. Use you. Sima use Sima 9 and she joined to fight. Whoosh whoosh. There were constantly outstanding youths who comprehended those lightning rune restrictions. As soon as they landed, before they could understand what was going on, they were already swept into the fierce battle. Rumble. Roar. Everyone fought. This was a great battle. Before long, some people activated their meridian souls and activated their martial veins. Some beasts used their true bodies. This was a fierce battle. Space was locked down and the void was pierced. Talisman inscriptions shone resplendently. Clanging sounds rang out as countless attacks collided. Sparks flew in all directions, as if trying to tear apart the void. Everyone was fighting. Anyone who approached would be surrounded by countless attacks from behind. No one could advance. Moksha and Huang Linger were in a deadlock. The strongest members of the 8 great families each held back. No one wanted the other to benefit. Kyushu, the beast region, and the other strongest youths also attacked with all their strength. For the sake of fighting for the treasures left behind by Jinlei Tensei, everyone was cold and ruthless. Everyone's eyes flashed. They wanted to be the first to obtain the greatest benefit. A great battle broke out. Blood spilled everywhere. Some of the top youths fell. Those who block me will die. Du Xiaofu also made his move. The golden rock wings behind his back fluttered, and the violet golden heavenly tower appeared in his hand, erupting with his strongest battle prowess. No one dared to stop him, not even the people from the 8 great families. "Brat, do you think no one can stop you?" someone shouted. An extraordinary youth blocked in front of Du Xiaofu. A faint mysterious aura surrounded him. In his hand was half a piece of dead wood. Although this piece of dead wood was withered, it was suffused with a green light. It exploded with a terrifying power that distorted space. The youth had golden hair and a scarlet robe. His eyes were gorgeous. He was the holy son of the Great Wheel sect, Dongli Chihuang. He and Du Xiaofu had many inexplicable grievances. "Kill!" Looking at Dongli Chihuang, Du Xiaofu didn't say anything. He directly slashed out with his sword. "Not bad. But do you think you can deal with me like before? I have a treasure from my previous life, the heaven-shocking wood in my hand. You can't do anything to me." Dongli Chihuang shouted. He had something to rely on. He had already obtained the heaven-shocking wood from his previous life. He collided with Du Xiaofu's sword qi. Runes interweaved, releasing waves of resplendent runes to resist Du Xiaofu's sword qi. Du Xiaofu continued to attack. The hegemonic sword Dao was not only a sword move, but a martial art. It transformed into sword moves, endless and boundless. Dongli Chihuang had become very strong. His strength had exceeded Du Xiaofu's expectations. He actually didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. Especially the piece of dead wood in Dongli Chihuang's hand. Its power was very terrifying. It was probably even stronger than the purple gold heavenly tower. The fierce battle continued. The top youths were constantly dying. Their bodies exploded in the void, and their meridians and souls disappeared. This war was way too cruel. Even the most elite of the younger generation from the outer realms who had entered this place were being killed one after another. The fierce battle was chaotic and cruel. It was hot and fiery. The crowd was getting closer and closer to the palace. Du Xiaofu and Dongli Chihuang were fighting. The dead wood and the purple gold heavenly tower collided. Palm prints and fist prints clashed. Electric arcs overflowed and mysterious runes filled the sky. However, the two of them also intentionally approached the palace, gradually approaching it. Soon, in the fierce battle, some people also rushed into the solemn and sacred palace. They wanted to obtain the treasures and inheritance left behind by Jinlei Tensei. In a huge palace, there were densely packed runes flashing. It was filled with an ancient aura. It made people's hearts tremble and their primordial spirits tremble. This is an amazing divine power. It was collected by Jinlei Tensei. Judging from the aura, this divine power is enough to shake Kyushu. Someone broke into the palace and saw the runes in the palace. The runes contained a great divine power. If one wanted to obtain it, he or she would have to comprehend it. The palace was also very strange. Once someone entered, it would immediately close. It was difficult for outsiders to enter. Several young men and women who were originally fighting appeared in the palace. They looked at each other and seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. Then, they put away their weapons and sat cross-legged to comprehend it. They wanted to see who would obtain the divine power left behind by Jinlei Tensei first. Then, many people entered different palaces. Unless they entered at the same time, others would not be able to break in. They would be blocked by restrictions. Some people came out with treasures and immediately continued to fight for them. The battle was endless. Soon, Du Xiaofu and Dongli Chihuang also arrived in front of one of the huge palaces. The ancient aura filled the air, causing the celestial qi in their bodies to stagnate. Their primordial spirits trembled and their attacks were greatly affected. The two of them stopped and looked at each other coldly. Neither of them wanted the other to enter the palace. In the fierce battle, at the entrance of a small palace, Scarlet Rock, who was just about to take advantage of the chaos, spat out blood. It was attacked by a young genius, and its huge body was continuously pushed back. It was difficult for it to be the opponent. Kill. The young genius did not give up and did not plan to stop. He wrapped himself in runes and wanted to kill Scarlet Rock. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. Without any hesitation, he gave up on the East mythical Scarlet Phoenix and appeared in front of Qi Peng like a ghost. A beam of sword light shot out, exploding with golden light, tyrannical and disdainful. Swish, the young man did not even have time to react before he was killed. His body was cut into pieces by the sword. Go in. Be careful. Du Xiaofu let Scarlet Rock enter the palace. He glanced around and saw that Dongli Qiwang had already entered the palace. Then, the palace's restrictions were activated and no one else could enter. The east-departing Crimson Phoenix had entered the largest and tallest palaces. The treasures and divine abilities left behind by the divine Thunder Heaven Sage would be even stronger. Scarlet Rock was grateful. It then flapped its wings and flew into the palace. The restrictions outside the palace were activated and no one else could enter. Rumble, the fierce battle was still going on. Some people came out with treasures and were immediately attacked by others. This made the battle even more intense. Blood spilled over the square. Chapter 11-12. Du Xiaofu watched as Moksha and Huang Linger entered the largest and most majestic halls. Blue Fantasy and Little Tiger also entered one of the halls at the same time. Du Xiaoyao and Du Xiaoqing had already disappeared. They seemed to have taken advantage of the chaos to enter the other halls as well. Du Xiaofu did not continue to attack. He stood in the air above the plaza and watched the younger generation of prodigies fight each other. Golden light rippled in his eyes as he seemed to have understood something. Cultivation lies in one's own body. Tempering lies in one's will. Legacies are ultimately left behind by others. Although treasures are good, they are ultimately auxiliary. They are not as strong as one's own body. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's expression revealed an extremely profound expression. He muttered softly, "The true legacy of the Jinlei Tensei has already been obtained by Father. Why should I still fight? Even if these mystiques and treasures all belong to me, so what? Even if the true legacy of the Jinlei Tensei is given to me, it will only affect my own path. Could it be that my path is inferior to the Jinlei Tensei?" Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up as he watched the younger generation of prodigies fighting each other. They were chasing after the path left behind by others in such a frenzied and intense manner. Even if they obtained it, although they would be able to obtain great benefits in a short period of time and surpass their peers and soar into the sky, was this really the best path? According to what Du Xiaofu knew, the younger generation of the 9 great clans was definitely not the strongest. They had not come to fight for the Jinlei Tensei's legacy, and had instead given this opportunity to some of their peers. They probably also understood something. I have the path of the golden-winged great rock. My physical body has yet to reach its strongest state, and my mystiques have yet to reach their limit. My meridian spirit has yet to be improved and further comprehended. There are countless mystiques in the ancient barren space that can be comprehended. Why should I chase after the path of others? Du Xiaofu asked himself as his gaze swept over his peers who were fiercely fighting each other in the plaza. Du Xiaofu was deeply moved by the fact that countless geniuses had been severely injured or perished. I have my own path. Why should I fight for it? Someone else's path will always be someone else's. A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. The golden rock wings on his back retracted, and the violet gold celestial palace was absorbed into the celestial palace to be nourished. His violet robes fluttered, and after that, he stepped into the air and swaggered away. He didn't even glance at the gigantic palace. In the crowd, Yi Zijin did not fight for it either. She had been sizing up Du Xiaofu from afar. As she watched Du Xiaofu leave through the lightning rune restriction at the entrance, her dark eyes lit up. She murmured softly, "If you can't fight for it, you'll be mediocre. If you fight for it, you'll be an emperor. If you don't fight for it, you'll be supreme. Uncle Tingxian, you're worried that he'll fight for it. Don't worry." As Yi Zijin finished speaking, her beautiful figure also touched the ground and silently left. In the ancient palace, the walls, stone pillars, and halls were all engraved with mysterious runes. They flickered with flowing light and rippled with an ancient aura that made people tremble. Moksha's figure appeared in this palace. He looked around and murmured softly, "An ancient mystique from ancient times. It's earth-shattering, but it won't affect my path. I can comprehend it." As he finished speaking, Moksha began to sit cross-legged and comprehend it. In an ancient palace not far away, many lifelike mythical birds were engraved on the huge stone walls. Runes flickered, and it was as if there was a supreme aura permeating the air and attacking the primordial spirit. Huang Ling looked at everything within the stone walls of the palace. Her eyes surged with joy. She murmured softly, "I didn't expect Jinlei Tensei to actually possess a long-lost mystique of the Phoenix race." The battle in the square began to gradually die down. Although it was still rather intense, many top figures had already entered different palaces to comprehend various mystique. Some people had obtained precious treasures and continued to participate in the battle in secret. Within the lightning runes, there were still countless young people trapped within and unable to enter the square in front. Du Xiaofu appeared outside the lightning runes and flew away. He did not want to fight for anything else. He had his own path to walk. After an unknown period of time, Du Xiaofu appeared in an extremely hidden canyon. This canyon was vast and crisscrossed. In the depths of the canyon, there was a mottled ancient palace that stood tall. This place was extremely hidden. It was also the place where Du Xiaofu and Moksha had fought. Du Xiaofu wanted to find a hidden place to comprehend his path, so he thought of this place. The ancient palace was covered in dust. There were traces left behind by the passage of time everywhere. Du Xiaofu entered the palace. Back then, in this palace, Du Xiaoyao had only found a few Dao artifacts and was unwilling to give up. Du Xiaofu once again sized up this modeled palace. When he first came here, he seemed to have felt something. It was extremely illusory. Later on, when Du Xiaofu carefully probed, he did not feel anything. "I need some peace and quiet. I want to obtain the inheritance of Jinlei Tensei. I almost gave up my own path." Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. He still had some lingering fears. During this period of time, he had become more and more impetuous to the point that he almost gave up his own path to obtain the inheritance of Jinlei Tensei. And now, Du Xiaofu was glad that he had sobered up. He would rather have those treasures fought over by others than come to this hidden and quiet place to have some peace and quiet. Du Xiaofu was deeply moved when he thought of the countless elites of the younger generation who had fallen in Tianhuang mainland during this period of time. Some of the experts of the older generation had also fallen in order to obtain the inheritance and benefit. With the appearance of Moksha, Huang Linger was probably not much weaker than Moksha. There was also Dongli Qihuang, who was as strong as he was now. In the final fight for the treasures in the square, there were still a few extraordinary individuals who had rushed out and displayed terrifying strength. These people were all shocking to Du Xiaofu. Among the 9 great families, the strongest of the peak generation had definitely not appeared yet. Experts of the same generation are as numerous as clouds. I have not truly reached the peak. Rather than fighting for treasures and coveting the inheritance of others, I might as well walk my own path. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself as if he was examining himself. Rather than fighting for treasures, he might as well improve himself. At this moment, alone in this palace, Du Xiaofu gradually calmed down. He could feel that he had lost his way during this period of time. He had lost his original intention and almost abandoned his own path. Thus, Du Xiaofu decided to properly comprehend in this ancient place for a period of time while waiting for Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Scarlet Rock, and the others to come out. Inside the palace, there was an extremely ordinary praying mat that Du Xiaoyao had thrown away. Du Xiaofu picked it up and sat cross-legged in the main hall. He began to adjust himself, intending to properly comprehend everything that had happened to him. Meridian Spirit, the Great Rock's abilities, the Tyrannical Sword Way, the Tyrannical Fist Way, the Stars Profound, various beast abilities, and the Tao of Talismans. All of these required time to comprehend. Any one of these abilities could shock an entire region. Du Xiaofu's comprehension ability no longer needed to be proven. Ever since he left the Stone City, he had been leading the way, suppressing his peers in the Middle Continent in the Sealed Land. At this moment, on Tianhuang mainland, Du Xiaofu had killed Dragon 9 and Legalism's Han Ming. This had already shocked Kyushu and caused the various great families to tremble. In the quiet ancient palace, Du Xiaofu gradually immersed himself in his own comprehension. His body was wrapped in golden light and his domineering aura was intimidating. Meridian Spirit, the Stars Profound, the Tyrannical Fist Way, various beast abilities. All of these required Du Xiaofu to carefully comprehend and comprehend. Just like this, time slowly passed. Behind Du Xiaofu, the image of the great rock glistened with golden light and flapped its wings as it soared into the sky. From time to time, there was a twinkle of starlight, as if he was in the Milky Way. From time to time, the mountain Meridian Spirit would appear, with purple flames rolling. Cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Du Xiaofu, who was completely immersed in his own comprehension, did not know that many changes had taken place outside. Not long after he entered into his comprehension, many people began to be pushed out of the Divine Thunder Manor. In the end, even the top young generation were all pushed out, and the people of the 8 great families were no exception. These youths were pushed out and some were secretly happy. They had obtained great benefit. There were also some who were secretly disappointed. They had not even broken through the lightning rune restriction, and had been trapped inside without any gains. In the end, the vast and continuous palace within the Divine Thunder Manor began to collapse. The runes shattered and monstrous lightning wreaked havoc, bringing with it destruction. It dyed the entire sky, causing people's hearts to tremble. The huge Divine Thunder Manor finally closed, as if it had disappeared into thin air. Is there the inheritance of Jinlei Tensei in the Divine Thunder Manor? If there is, who obtained it? Did you notice that Du Tingxian has disappeared? He actually didn't appear again. Chapter 11:13. Outside the dimension where the Divine Thunder Manor disappeared, everyone was discussing. Why don't I see that fella, will he be okay? Sima Muhan was worried within the Ancient Heaven sex group. She went to the 7-star hall to search but to no avail. The dimension of the Divine Thunder Manor had already closed and many people had benefited from it. However, Du Xiaofu did not appear, causing Zhen Qingchun, Xiahou Fenglei, GMO Chen, and the others to be worried. 3 days later, outside the dimension of the Divine Thunder Manor, most of the Kyushu experts had already left. Everyone who had benefited from it had also left in a hurry. Little Qing, we can't stay outside for too long, it's time to go, Zhou Yu said to Du Xiaoqing. They had accompanied Du Xiaoqing and waited for 3 days. Go, your brother will be fine, Zhen Qingchun said to Du Xiaoqing. Okay. Du Xiaoqing nodded. She knew that there was not much use for her to wait here. She wanted to go to Sister Xiao Luo and increase her strength, so that she could help her brother in the future. I also want to go back, there are also many benefits for me there, Du Xiaoyao said to Zhou Yu while standing on Du Xiaoqing's shoulder. It was rare for Du Xiaoyao to be so serious. Recently, Du Xiaoyao had also felt the pressure of the outside world. Although she had terrifying talent, being chased by Dragon 9 had deeply stimulated her. She wanted to go to that clan to properly comprehend and cultivate. You also want to go? Hearing Du Xiaoyao's words, a delicate and pretty girl instantly rolled her eyes at Du Xiaoyao. Once this scourge returned, who knows how much trouble she would cause. It's not a problem if you want to go. The elders of the clan have also mentioned that you are welcome to go back and take a look. Zhou Yu nodded at Du Xiaoyao. This time, when he went out, the elders in the clan had secretly warned him that if he met this red-bone horse monkey, he could invite him back to take a look, and he had to be more respectful. Although Zhou Yu was puzzled as to why the elders of the clan were so concerned about the red-bone horse monkey, he did not dare to ignore the words of the elders. Little tiger, come with us. You can study and cultivate in there. Du Xiaoyao said to Little Tiger. Why hasn't Xiaofu come out yet? He's always full of twists and turns. In the Manchu, Gu Qingyang was also worried. Back in the sealed ancient land, he was scared but not in danger. Even when his heart was dug out, he was fine. What else can trap him? Maybe he's found a great opportunity now. The venerable Golden Ping was much more relieved. He looked around and said, It's been so long. We have to return to the central continent. Some disciples have found opportunities and need to go back and digest them. Soon after, the disciples of the ancient heaven sect left. There were fewer and fewer people on the Tianhuang mainland, and the peace of the past gradually returned. The disciples of the Seven-Star Hall also left a few days later. The space of the divine Thunder Manor had disappeared without a trace. There was no point in waiting. In the ancient and quiet palace, Du Xiaofu was still immersed in comprehension. He carefully comprehended all the mysteries, including the meridian spirit, the tyrannical sword Dao, the tyrannical fist Dao, the great golden-winged Peng Dao, and the mysteries of lightning. Du Xiaofu had gained a lot of comprehension from the previous battles and battles. Because of that, he had gained a lot of benefits. In the silent space, time was silent. Du Xiaofu did not know that the ancient palace he was in had already begun to change silently. Runes began to spread out from the inside of the ancient palace. Electric arcs spread and the surroundings turned into nothingness. Even the ordinary praying mat beneath his knees was now filled with lightning. Runes flickered, as if something was about to bloom. It released an aura that came from the ancient times, from the world. Sitting cross-legged, Du Xiaofu was completely unaware of all this. He was still immersed in comprehension. However, for no reason, Du Xiaofu's body was covered with talisman markings that activated the lightning martial vein. His body was covered with lightning, like numerous purple spirit snakes that coiled around his body. The sky was filled with lightning. Du Xiaofu's mind appeared in an unfamiliar place for no reason. It was a huge sea of lightning. Through the sea of lightning, Du Xiaofu's mind saw a baby born in a small clan. However, the birth of the baby caused lightning to fall from the sky. The baby grew up and fought against experts of various races, the beast race and the demon race. He was invincible all the way until one day, he seemed to be besieged by countless experts and died. In the sea of lightning, there was the life of another person, including the cultivation experience of that expert, the comprehension of the thunder profound, and the state of mind of the breakthrough. All of this made Du Xiaofu immersed himself in it and unable to extricate himself. He carefully savored, comprehended, and consumed it as if he had experienced that life himself. This kind of comprehension improved one's state of mind the most. It was as if he suddenly had the memories and comprehension of his previous life. Moreover, it was the memories left behind by a terrifying expert that could make the world tremble. The memories and comprehension were too huge, making it difficult for Du Xiaofu to consume them. It would take a long time. In this kind of comprehension, some cultivation bottlenecks, especially the bottlenecks and problems of the thunder profound, were easily solved by Du Xiaofu. He had a feeling of enlightenment and had a huge harvest. 1 month, half a year, 1 year in the blink of an eye, Du Xiaofu had been immersed in this kind of comprehension for 1 year. Du Xiaofu was completely immersed in it. It was as if he had experienced reincarnation and the passage of time. When Du Xiaofu regained his senses, an illusory figure of lightning suddenly appeared in his mind. It was a burly man wrapped in lightning. His body was not muscular, but extremely slender. However, it gave people a feeling of power impact. In particular, the burly man's eyes were like two seas of lightning rippling. His hair fluttered behind him, as if 3,000 electric arcs were flowing. I didn't expect that there would really be someone who could reach this step. He only wanted to walk his own path. Everything I left behind was not in vain. The illusory figure of lightning spoke. The power rippling from his body made the surrounding space tremble for no reason, as if it was submitting to him. The illusory figure's eyes were like a sea of lightning, as if he was looking directly at Du Xiaofu's mind. He said, "This is a thought that I left behind. After a long time, I will disappear and turn into nothingness. I have left behind 2 inheritances in my mansion. Someone has already obtained the inheritance of my original body. He is the best candidate that I have chosen, the genius of the thunder profound. You have also obtained my approval, so you will receive my second inheritance." The illusory figure paused for a moment before continuing. "The second inheritance is not my original body's inheritance. I don't want anyone to walk my path and step on my footstep. It is too difficult to surpass me. Therefore, I hope to find someone who can persevere on his own path. You are that person. The inheritance that you will receive will be the proof of my life's comprehension. It will be your reference. You still need to walk your own path. As for how high you can reach in the future, it will depend on you." As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning figure left as quickly as it came. Then it disappeared. When Du Xiaofu's consciousness emerged from the sea of lightning, he opened his eyes. 2 bolts of lightning shot out from his clear pupils. They were purple gold and resplendent, like 2 purple-gold suns rising into the sky. The ancient palace around him flashed with lightning arcs. Could that be Jinlei Tensei? Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. The illusory figure in his mind should be Jinlei Tensei, who had existed since ancient times. A thought that had not perished since ancient times. How powerful was that? It was just a thought. So, that was Jinlei Tensei's life. Du Xiaofu understood. What he had obtained was Jinlei Tensei's comprehension. This benefit was too great. This was Jinlei Tensei's lifetime comprehension. Although it had been a long time and seemed to be incomplete, it was still priceless. Chapter 11:14. If news of this were to spread, it would be enough to make those martial domain realm experts fight to the death. "Thank you, Senior." Du Xiaofu stood up. He had passed on his life's comprehension to him, and the person he had passed on his inheritance to seemed to be his drunkard father. He deserved a great bow. Thus, Du Xiaofu respectfully bowed 3 times towards the ancient hall on the praying mat. He was neither servile nor overbearing, but his eyes were filled with reverence. "Not bad, kid. You are not an ungrateful person, nor are you a spineless person. Today I will give you another item. My protective armor and weapon have been left in the inheritance. I hope that someone can bring them to greater heights, and one day they will resound in this world. However, there is one more item that is not in my inheritance. Obtaining it will not affect your path, especially when it comes to the mysteries of thunder and lightning. Although it cannot be used as an offensive item, it can protect the primordial spirit from destruction. The 9 Revolutions Divine Lei Lian has accompanied me for my entire life. Today I will let it find a new master. As for whether you can make it willingly acknowledge you as its master, that will depend on your own ability. The 9 Revolutions Divine Lei Lian is not something an ordinary person can obtain. As the familiar voice sounded, Du Xiaofu was stunned. "Bzzz. Before Du Xiaofu could regain his senses, the ordinary praying mat under his feet suddenly flashed with electric arcs. Subsequently, a lightning glow rushed out from the praying mat under Du Xiaofu's stunned gaze. It was just like a flower blooming. In an extremely short period of time, it transformed into a lotus flower that was half a meter in diameter. Du Xiaofu's face was also filled with astonishment at this sudden turn of events. After a while, Du Xiaofu regained his senses. His gaze immediately fell on the lotus flower under his feet. It was a purple lotus flower with electric arcs rippling on it. It had a total of 9 leaves. The lotus flower was sparkling and translucent. It was formed from the most perfect purple spirit jade in the world. It was naturally formed and magnificent. However, the purple electric arcs rippling on the lotus flower were enough to make one's primordial spirit tremble. Within the purple lightning lotus there was a lotus platform. It was flat, smooth, and spotless. It emitted a mist and had an ancient aura. At this moment, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that the energy in the surroundings was fluctuating when this purple lightning lotus appeared. This purple lightning lotus was devouring the surrounding natural energy. The purple lightning lotus floated in the air, supporting Du Xiaofu's body. An electric arc surged and swept towards Du Xiaofu as if it wanted to devour Du Xiaofu. The energy fluctuation made Du Xiaofu's essence soul feel numb. 9 revolutions God Lei-Lian, it wants to leave. Du Xiaofu was shocked. This 9 transformations God Lei-Lian seemed to want to break free from him and leave, not wanting to be bound by him. Acknowledge me as your master. When Du Xiaofu heard this, he knew that an ordinary person would not be able to obtain the 9 revolutions God Lei-Lian. Immediately, his body fluctuated with lightning and thunder surged out, trying to bind the 9 revolutions God Lei-Lian. However, what Du Xiaofu did not expect was that as soon as the lightning approached the 9 revolutions God Lei-Lian, it was immediately devoured. It did not affect the 9 revolutions God Lei-Lian at all. Instead, it made the 9 revolutions God Lei-Lian struggle rapidly. Boom! The 9 revolutions God Lei-Lian's aura exploded, causing the surrounding space to churn like boiling water. It continuously released a terrifying power of thunder and lightning. The power of thunder and lightning made Du Xiaofu tremble and numb when he touched it. It was enough to easily destroy an ordinary martial honorable. Du Xiaofu was not an ordinary martial honorable. At this moment, the thunder martial vein in his body suddenly fluctuated and covered his body. Then, it began to devour the power of thunder and lightning. Then, the thunder martial vein surged out from Du Xiaofu's body and immediately covered his body. At the same time, it enveloped the 9 revolutions God Lei-Lian, which was trying to escape, and suppressed it. Chi! At this moment, the 9 revolutions God Lei-Lian turned into a dazzling purple lightning and exploded like a bomb. Finally, it swept into Du Xiaofu's forehead and rushed into the Naiwen Palace in his mind. Chi la la! As the 9 revolutions God Lei-Lian surged into the Naiwen Palace, the silver silk soul-devouring lightning shot out from Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit like a silver sun. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's spiritual roots were densely packed in Du Xiaofu's Naiwen Palace. They were dazzling and bursting out like a spider web. Feeling the aura of the silver silk soul-devouring lightning, the 9 revolutions God Lei-Lian rotated in Du Xiaofu's Naiwen Palace. The aura that spread out seemed to be somewhat similar to the aura of the silver silk soul-devouring lightning. The 9 revolutions God Lei-Lian felt the aura of the silver silk soul-devouring lightning and, for some reason, it began to stop. Under the restraint of the thunder martial vein on the outside and Du Xiaofu's spiritual roots on the inside, it gradually stopped struggling. Chi! Du Xiaofu took the opportunity to use his primordial spirit to recognize him as its master and placed a primordial spirit imprint on the 9 revolutions God Lei-Lian. Subsequently, the 9 revolutions God Lei-Lian was recognized as its master and rotated in Du Xiaofu's Naiwen Palace. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit shadow then sat cross-legged on the 9 revolutions god Lei Lian. Bursts of purple thunder and lightning overflowed and turned into dense talisman scripts that swept out. Those were the profound of thunder and lightning. There was also a surge of surging energy that continuously surged into Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. It seemed to merge with the silver silk soul-devouring lightning and could strengthen the primordial spirit. For a time, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged again and immersed himself in comprehending the profound of thunder and lightning on the 9 revolutions god Lei Lian. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit was absorbing the surging energy and could rise in a rather fast state. Time passed again. During this period of time, Du Xiaofu continued to immerse himself in comprehending the lightning ultimacy. This kind of comprehension made time seem to disappear in front of Du Xiaofu again. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed since the battle for the Divine Thunder Mansion in Tianhuang mainland. In these 2 years, many of the younger generation who had benefited from the Divine Thunder Mansion rose up and their strength improved by leaps and bounds. In particular, the 12 divine heroes were even more famous in Kyushu. Yujing Tongxian of the Heavenly Music sect in Yunzhou, Bailey Wuya of the Golden Spear sect in Ningzhou, Feng Wuxie of the Snow City in Yuzhou and the rest of the 12 divine heroes were already far ahead of their peers. Dongli Qihuang of the Middle Continent was also one of the 12 divine heroes. In these 2 years, he had also shone brightly in the Middle Continent. It was said that Dongli Qihuang and Du Xiaofu were already evenly matched in the battle in the Divine Thunder Mansion. Furthermore, he had benefited greatly from the Divine Thunder Mansion. In addition, he was an expert of the Great Luan sect's Samsara secret technique and had the state of mind and profound of thunder from his previous life. People guessed that he had already surpassed Du Xiaofu. After all, the higher one's cultivation level was, the more difficult it was to comprehend one's state of mind and profound of thunder. In this aspect, Dongli Qihuang had a huge advantage. This was also the terrifying part of the Samsara secret technique. The fact that the demon king Du Xiaofu had not appeared for a long time had also caused a lot of discussion. However, not many people thought that the demon king Du Xiaofu would really die in the Divine Thunder Mansion. After all, the demon king Du Xiaofu had created too many miracles over the years. In the Tianhuang mainland, Du Xiaofu had killed the dragons, Dragon 9. Some people had once guessed that the dragons would come to the Middle Continent to destroy the desolate country and the 7-star hall behind Du Xiaofu. However, 2 years had passed and the dragons had not appeared in the Middle Continent, nor had they gone to the 7-star hall, let alone the desolate country. The dragons are in the 4 seas and Kyushu is the territory of the human race. If the dragons come here rashly, they will naturally cause the reclusive powerhouses of the human race to fight back. Ordinary young dragons are probably afraid of the demon king Du Xiaofu. Some people were discussing this matter. The dragons were roaming the 4 seas, but Kyushu was definitely not a place where they could come as they pleased. Otherwise, the dragons would have probably been active in Kyushu a long time ago. In the desolate country, it had been more than 2 years since Du Xiaofu unified the 10 nations. Under the protection of the Medicine King Yi Wuming, Murong Yuro, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Li Shui, Han Xian, and the others, the desolate country had long become a well-deserved nation. With many powerhouses guarding the desolate country, no one dared to invade it again. Han Province was a vast expanse of land. Many famous experts of the world had once walked out from there. In the center of Han Continent there was a mysterious place where the other 8 continents above Kyushu used to exist as well. They were called the Sealed Lands. The rumors were the same. A long time ago, in ancient times, the world was in turmoil, and living beings were slaughtering each other. That was the end of the world. One day, a supreme powerhouse descended and sealed the battlefield, leaving behind a divine thunder cauldron to suppress the evil spirits on the battlefield. Chapter 11:15. However, the ancient land's seal could only be opened once every 30 years, allowing people to enter and cleanse the place of evil beings and evil beings. At the same time, they could obtain endless opportunities. Once the evil beings in the sealed land reached a peak, the seal would shatter. When that happened, the entire Hanzhou would be plunged into misery and suffering, turning into a demonic realm. Other than when the sealed land was opened, the sealed land was desolate and eerily quiet at other times. Outside the sealed land of Hanzhou, there were desolate thunder mountains that flickered faintly with lightning, exuding a chilling aura. At night, the moon was dark and the stars were bright. The night sky was cloudless, and the Milky Way was resplendent. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the depths of the night sky, blotting out the sun in an extremely short amount of time. Rumble, the silent night sky suddenly shook as if there was an earthquake. In the sky, the rolling dark clouds also seemed to split open a huge crack, illuminating the dark night land that was shrouded in dark clouds. Finally, a pair of huge eyes appeared. It was only a pair of eyes, but as the giant eyes appeared, an oppressive evil aura swept over, and a murderous aura howled like a gale. Walala, black fog filled the sky. The pair of eyes seemed to be the evilest thing in the world, able to make all the evil spirits in the 9 underworlds and the 18 layers of hell submit to them respectfully. It was as if all the evil aura in the world had gathered at that moment. This pair of terrifying eyes, dark golden pupils, slowly opened, without any signs of life. However, as soon as the eyes opened, a large area of the land below instantly cracked. The cracks spread, the lakes surged, and the tides rose. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Rumble, purple gold lightning suddenly emerged from the cracked land, and then a demonic hand reached out from the underground abyss. Dark clouds rolled over, and the demonic hand tightly grasped a 3-legged cauldron covered in purple gold lightning arcs. It looked like a peerless evil demon that had walked out from the ground. The demonic hand and the demonic eyes converged in the air, then disappeared in the sky. The evil aura that shrouded the sky also disappeared into the depths of the sky. Hanzhou also began to return to normal, and the moon was dark and the stars were bright again. On this night, Ning Prefecture, Lan Prefecture, Shang Prefecture, Yun Prefecture, Yu Prefecture, and Wan Prefecture also had their evil qi surging to the heavens. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled on the sealed grounds of each prefecture. In each prefecture, a pair of devil hands, a pair of devil legs, a devil body, a devil head, and a 12-leaf black lotus appeared. Devil hands, devil legs, devil body, devil head, and a 12-leaf black lotus wrapped around a 3-legged cauldron that was crackling with purple lightning. The sealed land was revealed. Demonic energy overflowed into the heavens, and countless evil spirits gushed out. They appeared in a frenzy, and the cries of ghosts and deities resounded in all directions. In the Thunder Continent, the moon broke through the clouds and appeared. The moon was dark and the stars were bright. Specks of starlight filled the sky and softened the earth. Silver veils danced in the wind, moving with the wind. It was a beautiful sight. Then, in the middle of the night, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky above the sealed land of the Thunder State. Then, a pair of demonic eyes appeared in the sky, and a monstrous evil aura gathered. Rumble! In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Around the demonic eyes, a pair of devil hands, a pair of devil legs, a devil body, a devil head, and a 12-leaf black lotus with a diameter of several dozen feet appeared. Each of them was holding a 3-legged cauldron. Purple lightning flashed, but it couldn't break free. When the sealed land appeared, a lightning figure appeared. It was somewhat illusory and seemed weak. However, it was covered in demonic energy. It wrapped around a 3-legged cauldron, and the tides in the surroundings rose. The earth shook, the mountains moved, and the rivers flowed in reverse. The devil hands, devil legs, devil body, and devil head were closed. They gathered on the 12-leaf black lotus and reformed. In the end, they formed a majestic figure that was covered in demonic energy. When the last pair of devil eyes fell into the eyes of the devil head, a devil body completely appeared. All of a sudden, something in the world seemed to have been awakened. Rumble! The earth trembled and let out a low rumble. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dark clouds rolled. It was as if countless ferocious beasts were roaring and howling as they charged out from the dark underground. Dark clouds gathered, and the sky and earth turned dark. The illusory body of the lightning bolt then rushed into the space between the eyebrows of the lightning figure. In the next instant, the devil opened its eyes. Its dark golden eyes rippled, and there was no sign of life in them. However, at this moment, it seemed as though it was summoning all the evil spirits in the world to submit to it. The black lotus shone brightly. Black runes swirled around it, and it was filled with a destructive aura. Lu Xiaoyu, Long Xian, you can't trap me, the devil spoke to the heavens. Its voice was low, and it seemed as though it came from the depths of hell. Endless demonic energy gathered in the surroundings. It seemed as though the devil wanted to turn Thunder Province into a devil's domain. Then, the devil forcefully grabbed the 8 three-legged cauldrons and left on the 12-leaf black lotus. Woo! 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 In the sealed land, a murderous aura filled the sky. Evil spirits surged out from the sealed land. Countless evil spirits rushed out from the sealed land. Ghosts cried and gods howled. Evil spirits filled the sky. The continuous mountain range was filled with mist. It was like a paradise. Mist lingered around the mountain peaks. There were extraordinary spiritual herbs everywhere. The great calamity is coming. This is the will of the heavens. No one can stop it. A clear voice came from the mountain peak. A plain-clothed woman looked up at the sky. This plain-clothed woman was very beautiful. She looked like she was in her 40s. She wore a plain-colored palace dress. She was simple and elegant, and she had a natural noble aura. Chi. A ray of light shot over. Then, it flew in front of the beautiful woman and turned into a jade slip. The beautiful woman took the jade slip. Her eyes flickered slightly. There were a total of 4 names on the jade slip. When one of the names appeared, her eyes lit up. Then, ripples appeared in her eyes. After a moment of silence, the beautiful woman looked up at the sky. She held the jade slip in her hand for a while. Finally, she formed a hand seal and left a name on the jade slip. Then, she crushed the jade slip and it disappeared in mid-air. Evil spirits are born. Kyushu is in chaos. The great calamity is coming. Heaven and earth will die. As the jade slip disappeared, a faint sigh could be heard in the sky. In the ancient palace, Du Xiaofu was surrounded by lightning. The energy of heaven and earth filled the air and gathered around the palace. The energy of heaven and earth flowed into Du Xiaofu's glabella and finally gathered in his Naiwen palace. Du Xiaofu's soul sat on the divine 9 revolutions Lei Lian in his Naiwen palace. The silver net soul-devouring thunder absorbed the soul energy from the divine 9 revolutions Lei Lian, strengthening his soul. The energy from the divine 9 revolutions Lei Lian made Du Xiaofu's soul feel like it was wrapped in warmth. As his soul strengthened, the comfortable feeling in his soul made Du Xiaofu feel indescribably comfortable. After an extremely long period of time, Du Xiaofu's Naiwen palace finally emitted a series of ripples that grew more and more intense. Walala, in the end, an undetectable ripple silently emanated from Du Xiaofu's glabella. It rushed towards the door of the ancient palace and spread across the valley. Boom! As the ripples spread out, the energy of heaven and earth in the valley around the ancient palace began to boil like boiling water. In Du Xiaofu's Naiwen palace, his soul and the divine 9 revolutions Lei Lian were tightly pressed together. As the energy of heaven and earth gathered, the soul and the divine 9 revolutions Lei Lian were tightly connected. The energy of heaven and earth grew stronger and stronger. The energy had already reached a terrifying level. Bang! Finally, a low muffled sound came from the ancient palace. The energy of heaven and earth in the surroundings exploded, causing the ancient palace to shake and tremble. An invisible energy swept out from Du Xiaofu's glabella. A vast amount of soul energy then shot up into the sky from the ancient palace like a stormy sea. He seems to be a perfect 8-star talisman master. The power of his soul is too strong. In the valley there was a beautiful woman. Her fairy-like face was filled with surprise. Feeling the vast and vigorous soul energy, a look of shock flashed across the woman's black eyes. That terrifying soul energy was definitely not something that should appear on a perfect 8-star talisman master. Chapter 11:16. Walala, dazzling white divine light floated in the sky, with silver electric arcs flowing in the sky. Vast and majestic primordial spirit energy swept out like a storm. If there was an 8-star spiritual talisman master present, he would probably tremble under this terrifying primordial spirit energy. This primordial spirit energy was too extraordinary. It contained an ancient aura, accompanied by the silver net soul-devouring lightning, and a terrifying spiritual root pressure. What a powerful primordial spirit! His physical body is so terrifying, and his primordial spirit energy is also so powerful. He is really a demon king. On the valley, the woman's jet-black eyes were filled with shock. The primordial spirit energy lingering in the sky above the valley only lasted for a while before it gradually disappeared, and finally returned to normal. In the ancient palace, in front of Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, silver electric arcs filled the space between his eyebrows. There was an illusory figure sitting cross-legged on a purple 9-petal lotus. It was Du Xiaofu's miniature illusory figure. The illusory figure seemed a little illusory, but it was wrapped in silver electric arcs and had an ancient aura. It was Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. An 8-star spiritual talisman master could condense a primordial spirit body. However, there were strong and weak primordial spirit bodies. For any cultivator, the primordial spirit had always been an illusory thing. Even the primordial spirit body condensed by an 8-star spiritual talisman master was extremely illusory. It was especially difficult for an 8-star origin spiritual talisman master to maintain a human form outside of the Naiwan Palace. At this moment, if other 8-star spiritual talisman masters saw the primordial spirit body condensed by Du Xiaofu, it was so solid that it was like a real thing. It would definitely be enough to shock them to the point of disbelief. On the 9-petal lotus, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit body moved. There seemed to be a silver sea of thunder rippling in his eyes, releasing a majestic aura. Qi La. Then, as the 9 revolutions divine Lei Lian turned into a palm-sized ball of silver lightning, it swept into Du Xiaofu's forehead in an instant. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's slightly closed eyes started to tremble as his primordial spirit entered his Naiwan Palace. Sitting cross-legged, Du Xiaofu's body trembled slightly. The majestic pressure of the origin spirit around him dissipated. He opened his eyes and white divine light shot out along with silver lightning. Then, it dissipated into his eyes and became clear again. Perfect 8-star talisman master. Du Xiaofu stood up. Feeling the changes in his Naiwan Palace, a smile appeared on his face. He did not expect that after obtaining the 9 revolutions divine Lei Lian, he would be able to make a breakthrough and benefit his primordial spirit greatly. At this moment, he felt that the primordial spirit body sitting cross-legged on the 9 revolutions divine Lei Lian in his Naiwan Palace had risen to another level. There was also a new aura. His primordial spirit had already merged with the 9 revolutions divine Lei Lian. From the 9 revolutions divine Lei Lian, Du Xiaofu felt a familiar aura. It contained the mysteries of thunder and lightning, allowing him to comprehend the mysteries of thunder and lightning with half the effort. Could the 9 revolutions divine Lei Lian be the 3rd treasure of Jinlei Tensei? Du Xiaofu heard from Sima Muhan that Jinlei Tensei had 3 treasures. Even his drunkard father had mentioned this. Among the 3 treasures, one was a weapon, one was a suit of armor, and the last one was only a legend left behind in the river of time. No one knew about it anymore. At this moment, Du Xiaofu guessed that Jinlei Tensei's third treasure was the 9 Revolutions Divine Leilian. Back then, Du Xiaoyao did not realize that the ordinary praying mat was actually the 9 Revolutions Divine Leilian. It was enough to show how extraordinary the 9 Revolutions Divine Leilian was. This time, Du Xiaoyao really made a mistake. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. If Du Xiaoyao knew that the praying mat it casually threw away was actually one of the most powerful treasures in the entire Divine Thunder Mansion, its expression would definitely be very good. Whoosh! A moment later, Du Xiaofu's figure flew out of the ancient palace and stepped into the sky above the canyon. He looked at a certain place and said softly, "Zijin, have you been here all this time? I have nowhere to go, so I've been waiting for you here. It has been more than 2 years. This time, you have been in seclusion for quite a long time." Yi Zijin's beautiful figure rushed out from a corner of the gorge as her voice sounded. Soon after, she appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Looking at the purple-robed young man in front of her, Yi Zijin was slightly stunned. Compared to 2 years ago, the purple-robed young man's temperament had changed a lot. There seemed to be something more. The feeling seemed to come from his soul, but it was not clear. The change was extremely mysterious. Could it be the change brought about by the breakthrough in the talisman Dao? Yi Zijin thought in her heart. She guessed that the change in Du Xiaofu's body might be due to the benefits he gained from the breakthrough in the talisman Dao. It has been 2 years. Du Xiaofu's heart trembled when he heard this. Over 2 years was definitely not a short period of time. He never thought that 2 years would pass in the blink of an eye after he calmed down and comprehended it. Coupled with the 9 Revolutions Divine Leilian, Du Xiaofu was worried about Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao and the others. He immediately asked Yi Zijin, "What's the situation inside? Where are they?" The space here should have already been closed. Everyone should have been pushed out a month later. I have something that Uncle Tingxian left for me, which is related to the Divine Thunder Manor. It allows me to move about freely here. Since you haven't been pushed out, you should have obtained some benefits here as well, which is why you weren't pushed out. Yi Zijin looked at Du Xiaofu. She blinked her bright black eyes and said, "What do you plan to do now? Let's get out first." "But how can we get out of here?" Du Xiaofu frowned. It had been over 2 years. He did not know what was going on outside. He had to go and take a look first. "It's not difficult to get out. I have something that can get us out." Yi Zijin nodded. "That's good." Du Xiaofu heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the alluring woman and asked, "Is there any news of my father? Uncle Tingxian probably hasn't come out of seclusion so early. As for where he is, I don't know either." Yi Zijin shook her head. Afterwards, Du Xiaofu learned from Yi Zijin that Yi Zijin had also come to the Tianhuang continent to compete for the fortune in the Divine Thunder Manor. She had been trapped by an ancient formation and had broken out of it by chance when she met her drunkard father. The two of them had been together ever since. The legacy of the Divine Thunder Manor could have been obtained by Du Tingxian at any time. In order to attract people from the legalism, and also in the hope of drawing out Du Tingxian had opened up the ruins of the Divine Thunder Manor and attracted people from all over Kyushu, the Beast region, and the various large clans. So everything that happened on the Tianhuang continent was actually orchestrated by my drunkard father. Du Xiaofu smiled helplessly. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. If all of Kyushu's major factions and the Beast region found out that all of this had been arranged long ago, they would probably fly into a rage. The 8 continents were in chaos and evil demons were born. The 8 sealed lands were opened and the evil spirits within rushed out like dancing demons. The 9 underworlds were opened and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Many places were like purgatory on earth. Although the major factions of the 9 continents sent out many disciples to kill the evil spirits, there were simply too many of them. Those terrifying evil spirits were even increasing in number at a terrifying speed. It was impossible to kill them all. The strength of the evil spirits' experts increased like a rocket. However, the major faction's top experts were apprehensive about something and didn't make a move. Thus, the evil spirits and the living beings of the world began to confront each other. Countless cities and empires gradually became demonic realms. Only the middle continent wasn't affected much. No evil spirits appeared in this chaotic world. However, the turmoil in the 8 continents made the one valley, 2 churches, 3 sects, and 3 schools not dare to be careless. The desolate country's imperial capital, Stone City. Multicolored light filled the air and dragon chi lingered. The energy of heaven and earth was dense like the sun. Humph, humph. As the sun set in the west, countless young men and women practiced martial arts in the Stone City. Loud and clear shouts echoed, revealing a sense of serenity. They are not friendly. In a quiet courtyard behind the Du family's mountain, Zhen Qingchuan's figure suddenly appeared. His eyes narrowed and then he disappeared into the back of the mountain. Whoosh, under the setting sun, the space above the Stone City suddenly began to distort slowly. Then, dozens of figures slowly stepped out from the distorted space and walked directly into the Stone City's imperial palace. These dozens of figures descended and were all wrapped in dazzling light. The light halo was like the stars, and an ancient and terrifying aura rippled. Du Xiaofu, surrender! Among the dozens of dazzling figures, a loud shout came out and shook the Stone City. Accompanied by the terrifying aura rippling from his body, the sound was like a drum, piercing the eardrums of everyone in the Stone City and causing their hearts to tremble. Chapter 11:17. Whoosh whoosh. Many figures immediately flew out from the palace and hovered in the air. They were Medicine King Yiwuming, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Mysterious Dragon King, Stone Turtle King, Golden Condor King, Extinction Sword King, Ice Python King, Dark Wolf, Phantom, Beast Killer, Soul Evil, and others. Judging from their auras, Medicine King Yiwuming, Du Yunlong, Phantom, Extinction Sword King, and others had all improved a lot over the years. They seemed to be those terrifying experts. Feeling the auras of the dozens of figures, Medicine King Yiwuming and the others immediately frowned with grave expressions. The auras of the dozens of people were the same as the terrifying clan that had come to the Stone City a few years ago. My third brother is not in the Stone City. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to return if you look for my third brother? Du Xiaoman said. She had guessed the identities of those people. They did not come with good intentions, but they were extraordinary and powerful, which made her feel grave. Not here? Then bring a few people back. Let that brat come to us himself when the time comes. Don't waste time. An old man said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Du Xiaoman. As the claw swept down, monstrous runes surged and a bright light covered the sky. The claw print wanted to tear through space and immediately arrived in front of Du Xiaoman. Under the terrifying claw print, violent energy ripples surged. The terrifying pressure made the faces of the citizens who had surged out from the Stone City change. Big sister, let me do it. Du Yunlong stepped out in front of Du Xiaoman. Although he knew that the opponent was strong, he was not afraid. Lightning swept around him, and a terrifying aura exploded. Thunder and lightning raged, as if a god of thunder had been born. In the next moment, a dazzling lightning radiance spread out from Du Yunlong's body. The monstrous lightning exploded, causing the entire Stone City to flash with lightning and thunder. The terrifying aura brought about an unparalleled killing aura. Du Yunlong condensed a fist and directly activated the Thunder Martial Vein. This fist was also wrapped in lightning. In the blink of an eye, the fist and claw directly collided. Suddenly, a low muffled sound resounded in the sky. The entire Stone City flashed with lightning and thunder. Boom! Boom! The muffled sound was like thunder and it was deafening. The runes and lightning energy martial vein runes and thunder spread. The vast energy swept across the sky like a flood, the entire stone city shook. Pucci, amidst the monstrous energy, Du Yunlong's figure was pushed back several dozen feet before he could stabilize his body. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and his face was deathly pale. "Are you okay?" Du Xiaoman immediately rushed to Du Yunlong's side with a worried look on her face. Her beautiful face was ethereal, and her eyes were solemn. "I'm fine." Du Yunlong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up straight. His robe was fluttering and his eyes were extremely sharp. At that moment the old man staggered a step back. However, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. What a terrifying martial vein! It's related to thunder. Even though he has just become a martial venerable, he can withstand 30% of my strength as a complete martial venerable. The old man muttered softly. He was shocked. His cultivation was at the peak of complete martial venerable. 30% of his strength was enough to suppress or even kill a martial venerable in the Nirvana realm. However, he was unable to do anything to the young man. In particular, the young man's terrifying martial vein made his heart tremble. It was definitely not an ordinary martial vein. "Since you're here, come out." As Du Yunlong's figure retreated, Zhen Qingchuan's figure appeared out of thin air from the distorted space in midair. His gaze was fixed on the space behind the dozens of people. "Brother Qi Chun is here." Seeing that Zhen Qingchun had arrived, Du Xiaoman and the others were secretly delighted. Their tightly knitted brows relaxed a little. "Holy Array Prodigy, I've heard of you. This time, I've come especially for you. I hope you won't disappoint me." As his voice fell from the void, a figure suddenly turned into a human-shaped lightning and pounced directly at Zhen Qingchun. The terrifying aura rippled out and distorted the entire stone city. It was as if it wanted to crush all the living things in the stone city. Boom! Suddenly, before Zhen Qingchun could make a move, a terrifying aura suddenly trembled in the sky. The aura fell from the 9 heavens and suddenly froze the space. Then, it imprisoned the lightning-like figure on the spot. There was a dazzling ray of light that landed on the former's body like a thunderbolt. As the ray of light landed, the former's figure, who had just pounced, fell from the sky with a mouth full of blood. Finally, he slammed hard on the ground of the stone city below. Rumble! It was an old figure. The ground shook and cracks exploded. Rubble surged, and the surroundings were shocked. What a terrifying expert! Zhen Qingchuan's expression did not change, but his heart trembled violently. The dozens of terrifying experts were all shocked at this moment. They were all trembling with fear. The evil demon has appeared. Kyushu is in chaos. A great calamity is coming. Heaven and earth will perish. The 9 cauldrons will not gather. The 9 families will not come out. Remember the oath and avoid the calamity. The faint voice was filled with age and then it disappeared. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing the reason. Only the dozens of people's faces changed drastically. Someone rushed down and helped the old man up. Then, the dozens of people looked at each other and did not dare to stay any longer. What's going on? Looking at the dozens of terrifying experts leaving in a panic, countless people in the stone city were puzzled. Zhen Qingchun looked at the sky. The setting sun enveloped him, and his body was bathed in golden light. Then, he waved his hand at Medicine King Yi Wuming and the others below and said softly, "Everyone, disperse." At night, the sky was full of stars. The mountains were connected, and the aura here was ancient and boundless. Under the cover of the moonlight, a woman stood quietly in front of a courtyard on a mountain peak. 2 strands of black hair gently fluttered in the wind. Wrapped in a light green dress, her slender waist outlined a graceful and moving arc. The woman stood quietly, her eyebrows curved. She looked at the starry sky, and her eyes were bright. She said softly, "Why hasn't that guy made a move for so long? Elder Kong, help me pay attention to his movement." "Miss, who do you want to pay attention to?" In the night sky, an old man's voice sounded, and there was a hint of a smile in his voice. Other than him, who else? The woman turned her head and stared at the night sky, as if a real immortal had descended to the mortal world, untainted by the mortal world. Her delicate red lips parted slightly, and she said, "While you're at it, keep an eye on legalism and the dragons. That guy has killed many legalism, including Dragon 9. I'm afraid that he has caused a lot of trouble. The dragons and legalism haven't made a move yet, but that doesn't mean that they'll let it go." The woman's bright eyes changed color under the moonlight, revealing a kind of majesty. "Miss, we can't interfere in the matters of the outside world. The elders have told you many times." The old man's voice continued to sound, reminding the woman. "I don't care, or I'll go out myself." The woman's delicate face darkened, and her eyes released a star-like brilliance in the night sky. She said, "I can't let anything happen to him. Neither the dragons nor legalism will do." In the depths of the night, the old man was silent for a while, and then his voice sounded helplessly, "All right, I'll secretly pay attention and try not to alarm the elders." "Thank you, Elder Kong. I knew you'd help me." The woman immediately smiled. That smile was soul-stirring, like the blooming of an epiphyllum in the moonlight. "That kid is indeed quite capable. Dragon 9 was killed, and Han Ming was no match for him. This surprises me more and more," the old man's voice continued. "Of course, he's the Demon King," the woman said with a smile. The woman smiled. Her long dress fluttered in the night breeze. She was like a fairy standing in the moonlight. Then, she bit the corner of her lips, and a strange look appeared in her eyes. She murmured, "It's been so long since we last met. Wait until I break through to the next level. I'll go find you." Pfft. Somewhere in Tianhuang mainland, a dazzling light appeared in the night sky. The light faded, and then two figures darted out. The two figures were a man and a woman. The man was dressed in a purple robe, and his face was resolute and determined. His eyes were clear and bright. The woman was charming, and her curves were graceful and seductive. Her dark eyes were filled with radiance in the night sky. This man and woman were Du Xiaofu and Yi Zijin, who had walked out of Jinlei Tensei's residence. "Where are we going now?" After looking around, Yi Zijin looked up slightly and asked Du Xiaofu. "Let's go back to the Stone City first, but we have to go to Tianhuang City to find the wormhole." Du Xiaofu frowned. Tianhuang mainland was not close to the middle continent, and it would take a long time to travel through space. They could only take the wormhole. Yi Zijin nodded. Mystic chi shot out from the soles of their feet, and they immediately disappeared into the night sky. Chapter 11:18. Early in the morning, everything was silent. The heavenly wasteland city was just a small city. Ever since the divine Thunder Manor disappeared and the experts of Kyushu left, the bustling crowds in the heavenly wasteland city no longer existed. However, the heavenly wasteland city was the only way to enter the heavenly wasteland mainland and also the habitat of the heavenly wasteland mainland. As a place where many cultivators gathered, there were many businesses and it was quite lively. When Du Xiaofu and Yi Zijin arrived in the heavenly wasteland city, they first inquired about the recent happenings in the outside world. Only then did they learn that the sealed grounds in the land of Kyushu and the 8 continents had all been opened. Evil demons were born and evil spirits were everywhere. Many places had already become demon territories, and the entire Kyushu was in turmoil. "I wonder if there are any purple thunder Xian cauldrons in those sealed grounds." Du Xiaofu frowned. There were sealed grounds in all 8 continents, and evil spirits had broken out of the seals. If there were purple thunder Xian cauldrons in those sealed grounds, then all of them should have appeared by now. Back then, the illusory figure of the master of the 3,000 worlds in the purple thunder Xian cauldrons had said that if all 9 purple thunder Xian cauldrons fell into the hands of the evil demons, then the entire world would become demon territories. "You did that?" Looking at Du Xiaofu's grave expression, Yi Zijin asked. "It's nothing. Let's think of a way to return to the middle region first." Du Xiaofu came back to his senses and smiled. The middle region seemed to be the least affected now. The heavenly wasteland country must be fine for now. He was relieved. The wormholes in the heavenly wasteland city have all fallen into the hands of some powerful people. I'm afraid it will cost a lot of magnetite, Yi Zijin said to Du Xiaofu. The magnetite is not a problem. It's good that we can return to the middle region smoothly. Du Xiaofu laughed. With his current status, he was no longer the foolish young master from Shiqing. No matter how expensive it was to open a wormhole, Du Xiaofu wouldn't care too much about it. Although the heavenly desolate city was no longer crowded, it was still very lively. There were also rules in the heavenly desolate city. It was the only place of residence in the entire vast Tianhuang mainland, and no disputes could be resolved in the heavenly desolate city. Otherwise, they would be jointly attacked by the major forces in the heavenly desolate city. Du Xiaofu and Yi Zijin were in the city, so it wasn't difficult for them to find out about the wormhole. Those wormholes were dominated by the major forces in the heavenly desolate city. Those forces included trading companies, wormholes, and many spiritual herbs on Tianhuang mainland. The benefits were immense. It was also enough to show that these forces were not ordinary. Otherwise, they would not have been able to control the chain of interests in their hands. On the bustling street, the sounds of shouting and hawking converged into a clamor. Du Xiaofu conveniently bought a lot of spirit herbs and refining materials from some shops and stalls in case he needed them. In addition, he also wanted to bring some spirit herbs and cultivation resources back to Stone City. Some rare spirit herbs and heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as many rare demonic beast bones of Kyushu, could be found in the heavenly desolate city. Du Xiaofu was overjoyed. He bought a lot of things in succession and then planned to leave. At this moment, a day gradually passed as Du Xiaofu inquired about information and bought treasures. At dusk, when the sun set in the west, Du Xiaofu and Yi Zijin left the heavenly desolate city. According to the information they inquired, the two of them went out of the city to the wormhole, intending to set off for the central plains. Those wormholes were not in the heavenly river city. Swoosh, swoosh, as soon as Du Xiaofu and Yi Zijin left the city, they left. At the same time, outside the heavenly river city, several figures also looked at each other with joy in their eyes. They were like wild wolves that had found food. All of them spread out their bodies and silently followed behind the group. The night was getting darker and darker, and the afterglow of the setting sun gradually dissipated. The entire land was about to be completely covered by the curtain of night. Swoosh, swoosh. Several figures appeared in a mountain range. They were 6 burly men with fierce auras. The leader of the group was a burly man with a few tattoo-like runes on his neck. His face was full of muscles, and he exuded a fierce and violent aura. Where are those 2 kids? Why are they missing? The burly man's muscles trembled, and his eyes were full of doubt. It was impossible for those 2 kids to escape with the 6 of them tailing them. You've been chasing them for so long. Are you done? But at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. At the same time, Du Xiaofu and Yi Zijin appeared in front of the 6 people. Seeing Du Xiaofu and Yi Zijin suddenly appear, the 6 people trembled inwardly. They were all experienced people. The fact that someone could escape while being tailed by them meant that he was not an ordinary person. However, when the 6 of them saw Du Xiaofu and Yi Zijin's age, the worries in their hearts relaxed. 2 young children, it was unlikely that they could be that strong. Hand over your Qiankuan bag, and we can consider sparing your lives, the burly man said. They had been tailing the purple-robed young man all the way from the city. They had seen with their own eyes that the purple-robed young man in front of them was very generous and had many treasures on him. They could not fight in the heavenly wasteland city, so they followed him out of the city. At this moment, night had fallen, and there were few people around. It was a good time to make a move. You want my Qiankuan bag? Do you think you can do it? Du Xiaofu glanced at the 6 people in front of him with a calm expression. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, but there was an undisguised ridicule in his smile. Boy, if you don't know what's good for you, you can only die, the burly man said coldly. He did not know why, but when he looked at the purple-robed young man's smile, he felt his heart palpitate for no reason. However, they were not weak. They often robbed people on the way in the heavenly wasteland mainland. The 6 of them had worked together and had not failed so far. Leave your qianquan bags and you can go. Du Xiaofu shook his head. His purple robe shook, and a majestic aura spread out. Among the 6 people in front of him, 2 of them were martial venerables at the beginner level. The remaining 4 had 3 martial royal realm experts at the peak of the perfection martial royal realm, and 1 7-star perfected talisman master. The lineup was indeed not weak. However, Du Xiaofu did not even have the desire to make a move against them. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the 6 people were obviously stunned and looked very surprised. Oh, he's really not afraid of death. I guess he's from a big sect and is used to being spoiled. A rather fat and short burly man was stunned and then laughed. That girl is really as beautiful as a fairy. Kill the man and leave the girl. If you can't bear to kill her, she can serve us brothers well. A skinny middle-aged man with a wretched gaze and shifty eyes stared at the beautiful woman in front of him like a fairy. His heart began to tremble. Shameless person, I can't let him live. Hearing this, Yi Zijin's delicate face darkened. Her dark eyes surged with coldness as she walked towards the skinny middle-aged man. Chi! In just a few short steps, Yi Zijin crossed the space and arrived in front of the skinny middle-aged man in an instant. With a shake of her slender hand, celestial chi surged and runes flew out, shining brightly. She attacked directly. The skinny middle-aged man didn't expect that this fairy-like woman would actually make a move so directly. The skinny middle-aged man immediately counterattacked. His aura exploded and his celestial chi surged out. Chapter 11:19. What the skinny middle-aged man did not expect was that he had no power to fight back against the beautiful woman in front of him. The surrounding space was sealed, and the terrifying aura made his primordial spirit tremble. Boom! The space trembled. Yi Zijin waved her hand and the space in front of her exploded. The skinny middle-aged man, who was only at the peak of the martial emperor realm, had no power to fight back. His body was destroyed and exploded. Boom! Yi Zijin didn't stop. Under the astonishment of the 5 people in the surroundings, a dazzling rune flew out from her graceful and delicate body. Dazzling light poured out, causing the 5 people to stiffen. Its power was enough to freeze space and imprison space. Oh no, we have encountered an expert. The 5 people's faces changed and they began to fight back. They used their strongest techniques and activated their pulse spirit. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the space, illuminating the night sky. Yi Zijin's expression did not change. The bright rune in front of her released a pressure that burned brighter and brighter. It was like a bright moon falling from the sky, exploding the space and causing the earth to rumble. Bang! 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 The low explosions sounded like a series of firecrackers. The space exploded one after another. The 5 people were also swallowed by the shattered space. Their bodies were crushed into a bloody mist. The 5 people were killed by Yi Zijin in a short time. As the bloody mist exploded, many qianquan bags fell into Yi Zijin's hands. Peak of the Nirvana realm. Du Xiaofu, who was not far away, had a shocked expression. Following the aura that Yi Zijin released when she attacked, he was able to confirm that Yi Zijin's cultivation strength had actually reached the peak of the Nirvana realm. This cultivation strength was comparable to the strongest existences like Bailey Wuya, Yu Jing Tongxian, Hua Zimo, and Feng Wuxia, who were above Kyushu. Alright, we can go now. Yi Zijin's beautiful figure traversed through space and arrived beside Du Xiaofu. She was calm and composed, and there was a smile in her eyes. She didn't take what had just happened to heart. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. It seemed that this beautiful woman was also a malefic star. Although she had the temperament of a banished immortal, she was not careless in the slightest when she took action. Regarding Yi Zijin's cultivation strength, Du Xiaofu was even more shocked in his heart. He and Yi Zijin walked out of the Stone City at the same time. Over the years, he had gone through countless hardships and obtained many opportunities to reach his current cultivation level. It wasn't hard to guess what Yi Zijin had experienced in the outside world all these years. A moment later, the two figures appeared in front of a wormhole. Back when Du Xiaofu had first arrived in Tianhuang mainland, he had fought with the Heaven Saber sect and killed Xue Qianzhan because of Dongli Qingqing. When he came here again, Du Xiaofu thought of Dongli Qingqing. For some reason, she had left without saying goodbye again. The wormhole was controlled by many forces in Tianhuang City. It could lead to Kyushu, but it consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, the fee was even more shocking. It was enough to bankrupt an ordinary expert of the martial royal realm at the peak. However, it was not a problem for Du Xiaofu now. It was just a piece of cake. The wormhole opened and the two entered it to return to Zhongzhou. I hope this wormhole won't collapse. Looking at the misty light around the wormhole and the fluctuating airflow, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but think of Dongli Qingqing's accident back then. The wormhole wasn't absolutely safe. Once it collapsed, the consequences would be unimaginable. You also have times when you're afraid. Yi Zijin smiled when she heard Du Xiaofu's muttering. Of course I'm afraid. I don't want to compete with the wormhole. Du Xiaofu stared at her. Fortunately, the wormhole was stable. When the two came out of the wormhole, it was already morning. They were in an unfamiliar big city. Du Xiaofu found out from the wormhole that this place was called Celestial City. It was quite far from the dark forest. This place was southwest of Zhongzhou and was the territory of Xiandu Gate. Early in the morning, the city was bustling with noise. The bustling Celestial City attracted Yi Zijin's interest. She wandered around and bought many women's accessories. Du Xiaofu could only follow behind her. He smiled bitterly. Fortunately, they were already in Zhongzhou. It didn't matter if they returned to Stone City for a while. Ding dang, suddenly, a terrifying aura came from the sky above Celestial City. Swoosh, swoosh, sensing that aura, everyone in Sky Tribute City looked up into the sky. Then, under everyone's gaze, in the sky outside Sky Tribute City, many figures flew through the air, traversing through space. Welcome, Elder. In Celestial City there was a majestic building. Many figures rushed out and bowed respectfully. After inviting the Elder into the city, the large number of figures landed on the majestic building. It's the experts from Xiandu Gate. They came really quickly. That lightning lion is too strong. The Chao family lost many experts. In the end, the Chao family's experts took action and suppressed the lightning lion. They want to give it to Xiandu Gate. I heard that the lightning lion is a mutated beast. It's comparable to the top demonic beasts on the heavenly beast list. The Chao family obtained such a treasure and gave it to Xiandu Gate. Aren't they too stupid? You don't understand. The news that the Chao family obtained an extraordinary lightning lion has already spread. It's only a matter of time before the news reaches Xiandu Gate. They might as well give it to Xiandu Gate. When the time comes, the Chao family's status in Xiandu Gate will naturally rise. Following the arrival of many experts from the Immortal Capital sect, there was a lot of discussion in the streets and alleys. Hearing the discussions, Du Xiaofu and Yi Zijin seemed to have thought of something. Instantly, they looked at each other, their eyes fluctuating. Not long ago, in the Thunder Reaper Mountain, a junior of the Chao clan discovered that a thunder lion was breaking through and wanted to sneak attack it to steal the mystic bone. However, many of them were killed by the thunder lion in the end, which infuriated the Chao clan. They sent out many experts to suppress and capture the thunder lion. Now, the Chao family intends to give the lightning lion to Xiandu Gate. The experts from Xiandu Gate must have come to bring the lightning lion back. Moments later, in an inn in Celestial City, the waiter stared intently at the elixir in Du Xiaofu's hand. How strong is the Chao family? Du Xiaofu frowned slightly before continuing to ask. The Chao family is extremely powerful. Celestial City is just one of their territories. The Chao family came from Celestial City and secretly controlled several empires. Several members of the Chao family are entrenched in the imperial palace. It is said that one of the ancestors of the Chao family was the Grand Elder of Xiandu Gate. Hence, they are closely related to Xiandu Gate and no one dares to offend them. The waiter replied seriously. When he mentioned the Chao family, his eyes were filled with respect and fear. The Chao family was the master of the entire Celestial City. To the Chao family, Celestial City was their ancestral land. Everything belonged to the Chao family. The other factions in the city, big and small, relied on the Chao family to survive. All right, you may leave. Du Xiaofu passed the elixir to the waiter and waved his hand to indicate that he should leave. Thank you, sir. The waiter received the elixir. It was an elixir that he could not afford even with several years of his salary. After thanking him profusely, he immediately left happily. Do you think that the lightning lion is Leizu? Yi Zijin's jet-black eyes trembled. The lightning lion in Stone City had protected the Yi family for hundreds of years. The younger generation of the Yi family called him Leizu to thank him for his protection. After that, Leizu left Stone City to search for opportunities. There had been no news of him ever since. Now that she heard about the lightning lion, Yi Zijin naturally could not remain calm. If Leizu was captured by the Chao family, she naturally could not stand by and do nothing. I can't be sure whether that is the lightning lion or not. Du Xiaofu frowned. The lightning lion was not only to him, but also to his drunkard father. Let's go to the Chao family. After a while, Du Xiaofu's clear eyes flashed. If that lightning lion was really the lightning lion, he naturally could not stand by and do nothing. Not to mention the Chao family, if it was really the lightning lion of Stone City, even if it was a conflict with the Xiandu Gate, he would not let it go. The Chao family was the master of Celestial City. They controlled several empires and had the imperial chi of the imperial palace. The huge Chao family was majestic and lofty. It was majestic and resplendent. It was definitely not inferior to the imperial palace. Looking from afar, one could feel a surging aura that would affect the minds of those who were weaker. Chapter 11:20. Du Xiaofu and Yi Zijin arrived at the entrance of the Chao clan. Gazing at the huge Chao clan, their expressions froze. Who are you? As the two of them approached, outside the Chao clan, a young man clad in armor shouted. His aura was domineering, even more so than the guards of the imperial palace. I heard that the Chao clan captured a lightning lion. I would like to meet it. Yi Zijin said to the young man. Presumptuous, who do you think you are? The lightning lion captured by the Chao clan is not something you can meet just because you want to. The young man leading the group glared at Yi Zijin. The Chao clan was powerful. Other than the 3 sects and 3 factions, they didn't need to care about the other powers. All the members of the Chao clan had always been domineering, especially in Skytribute City, the ancestral home of the Chao clan. I'll let you pass the message, don't be too arrogant. Yi Zijin said to the young man. The lightning lion was most likely Leizu, she needed to meet it. Since you're a woman, I'll let you off this time. If you want to meet the lightning lion, why don't you marry me? Then you'll naturally be able to meet it. Our future children might even be able to use the lightning lion's blood essence to form their meridian spirit. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being merciless. The young man sneered, looking at Yi Zijin. If it was someone else, he would have already attacked. The Chao clan didn't allow anyone to barge in. That was the prestige of the Chao clan. I'm being polite, but you're making things difficult for me. You even dare to speak such arrogant words to disrespect me. Looks like I don't have to be polite to you. Yi Zijin's expression turned serious. She was worried about Leizu. Her temperament became even more cold as she stepped forward. You dare to barge into my Chow clan and act so presumptuously? Let me see how strong you are. If you are qualified, I will marry you into the Chow clan. The fierce young man was still delusional as he stared at Yi Zijin. As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a seal with his hand and sent a palm seal towards Yi Zijin. Boom! In the next instant, under the shocked gazes of the surrounding people, no one could clearly see that the fierce young man from the Chow family did not even get close to the beautiful woman before his body was sent flying. Poochie! The fierce-looking young man spat out a mouthful of blood as he crashed heavily onto the ground several dozen feet away, causing the ground to crack. His eyes were filled with fear as he struggled several times but was unable to get up. This young man had not even reached the martial lord realm. He was only at the peak of the pulse spirit realm. How could he be a match for Yi Zijin? Just the aura from Yi Zijin's body alone had sent him flying. Quick, inform the experts in the clan. You dare to barge into my Chow clan. Join forces and attack. In the next instant, the remaining few young men were all at the pulse spirit realm. Their profound chi gushed out as they attempted to join forces to deal with Yi Zijin. Yi Zijin swept her gaze across them as the aura from her body was released. An invisible wave spread out in the air, sweeping out like a tidal wave. Poochie Poochie, several young men at the pulse spirit realm were sent flying as their souls trembled. The gap between the pulse spirit realm and the martial sovereign realm spanned across several worlds. Swoosh swoosh, as the few young men were sent flying, the Chow clan sent out a notice. As the aura fluctuated, a large number of figures immediately flew out and landed on the square. Over 100 figures landed and swept their gazes across the square. When they saw that several young men were seriously injured, their faces instantly turned ugly. Then, their dark gazes landed on Yi Zijin and Du Xiaofu. Roar! As the 100 figures flew over, an astonishing lion's roar suddenly rang out from within the Chow clan. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the depths of the Chow clan. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth surged towards the depths of the Chow clan. Hearing the lion's roar from within the Chow clan, the 100 over people's faces turned gloomy as they sized up Du Xiaofu and Yi Zijin with caution. A middle-aged leader of the group, a martial emperor at the Nirvana realm, asked Yi Zijin and Du Xiaofu, "Who are you? I'm afraid you'll have to pay the price for being so presumptuous in the Chow clan. I don't think you can make the decision. Ask the head of the Chow clan to come out. I want to see the Thunder Lion that you've captured." Yi Zijin spoke as the faint aura on her body fluctuated. She no longer concealed her aura. A martial sovereign. Sensing the fluctuating aura on Yi Zijin's body, the middle-aged martial emperor at the Nirvana realm changed his expression. The young lady in front of him was actually a martial sovereign. "Ninth uncle, let me do it." At that moment, a feminine voice sounded from within the Chow clan. A young man in embroidered clothes had already landed in front of the middle-aged man. The young man looked to be in his late 20s. His handsome face carried a feminine aura. His body was slender and thin, but his eyes were suffused with a strange brown light. When the middle-aged man saw the young man in embroidered clothes, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he looked back into the Chow clan and asked worriedly, "Chow Ji, where's your father, grandfather, and the elders of the Xiandu Gate?" "Something happened to the Thunder Lion. My father, grandfather, and the elders are here. They won't be able to cause much trouble." The young man named Chow Ji did not care. He glanced at the few severely injured young men of the Chow clan in the square and frowned slightly. Then, he looked at Yi Zijin and said, "I don't care who you are. Since you dared to touch the people of the Chow clan, then today you'll—" Suddenly, Chow Ji's voice came to an abrupt halt. His gloomy eyes rippled violently as he looked at the young man in purple robes standing not far behind the beautiful woman. His soul trembled violently. How could he forget that young man in purple robes? He had been present in the sealed land as well. He had personally witnessed how domineering that young man in purple robes was. 2 years ago, on the Tianhuang continent, he had also entered the Divine Thunder Manor and obtained a fortuitous encounter there. As a result, he had also seen the young man in purple robes slay Dragon 9 on Mount Thunder. He had slaughtered dozens of people of the same generation from a reclusive clan. How vicious was that? Although the demon king Du Xiaofu had not appeared in 2 years, he had always been an insurmountable mountain in the hearts of his peers. And now, the demon king Du Xiaofu had appeared outside the Chao clan. Chao Ji's eyes trembled and his body trembled. He could not even speak clearly. Seeing Chao Ji's reaction, everyone in the Chao clan immediately looked at Du Xiaofu in surprise. They did not know why Chao Ji would have such a big reaction. After being recognized, Du Xiaofu slowly walked up to Yi Zijin and nodded. After which, he turned to Chao Ji and said, "The Chao clan captured a thunderclap demonic lion. It might be related to me in some way. I wish to meet with it, is that possible?" Chao Ji's fluctuating emotions calmed down. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a hint of fear in his eyes. He knew that he could not stop the Demon King at all. 2 years ago, Dragon 9 had been killed. That was the descendant of a true dragon at the level of Beast Venerable. The Chao clan had captured a lightning lion, but they had not completely dealt with it yet. If the lightning lion was really related to the Demon King, Chao Ji was afraid that the Demon King would not let it go. "Wait a moment. I will go and report to the elders of my clan." Chao Ji gritted his teeth and said to Du Xiaofu without a trace. No matter what, he had to stall for time. The elders of the Chao clan were suppressing the lightning lion. He had to go and report to them first. Roar! As Chao Ji's voice fell, a shocking lion roar came from the depths of the Chao clan. The roar was fierce and angry. Monstrous arcs of lightning filled the sky, mixed with a faint golden light, exuding a domineering aura. Bang bang bang, shocking muffled sounds of energy came from the depths of the Chao clan. It seemed that a fierce battle was taking place. That aura, it is without a doubt the lightning lion. Du Xiaofu suddenly raised his head and looked at the golden light amidst the lightning in the depths of the Chao clan. That familiar aura was also related to the golden-winged rock. It must be the lightning lion from the Stone City. Swoosh swoosh, as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, profound qi shot out from the soles of his feet and he immediately pounced towards the Chao clan. Yi Zijin's beautiful face was solemn as she immediately followed behind Du Xiaofu. "Not good, we are in trouble." Chao Ji's face changed and he immediately turned around to enter. Roar! The vast plaza was surrounded by dazzling runes and was enveloped by a symbol array. A lightning lion that was several feet in size was roaring. Its entire body was covered in golden lightning and it was being suppressed by 3 martial honorables. It was tightly bound within the symbol array. The lightning lion roared and natural energy from the heavens and the earth rushed down from the sky. It continuously poured into its body, causing its aura to become stronger and stronger. This lightning lion is too strange. It has definitely mutated. Its power is too strong. It wants to continue to break through. Once it breaks through, it will be difficult for us to suppress it. Attack with all your might and completely suppress it. The 3 martial honorables attacked. Dazzling runes surged and together with the symbol array, they suppressed the lightning lion. The lightning lion roared, and its entire body exploded with electric arcs. Dazzling light shocked the heavens. The shocking beast roar was like a surging wave that shook the heavens and the earth. Roar roar! The lightning lion's roar was like a vast tsunami that covered the heavens and the earth. The terrifying electric arcs carried a golden light and it was like a raging wave hitting the shore. It was like the sun had exploded and it resisted the attacks of the 3 martial honorables and the suppression of the symbol array. The surrounding plaza was torn apart. Some of the boulders exploded and turned into fine powder. If it were not for the symbol array, the entire plaza would have been destroyed. Chapter 11:21. Although the Thunder Lion was terrifying, it was greatly affected by the breakthrough. The three martial honorables were also very strong. One was a mysterious martial honorable, one was a nirvana martial honorable, and the last one was a complete martial honorable. If the three martial honorables did not want to capture the Thunder Lion alive, it would have been suppressed long ago. Roar! The Thunder Lion roared, its eyes filled with anger. Its eyes were like a sea of thunder. Under the joint attack of the three martial honorables, the Thunder Lion's aura became weaker and weaker. Its aura also stopped rising. The three martial honorables were preventing it from breaking through. Suppress. The complete martial honorable in his 70s exploded with bright runes and suppressed the Thunder Lion. His aura distorted the space and suppressed the Thunder Lion. Chi-La. Suddenly, a beam of golden light fell from the sky like a bolt of golden lightning. It instantly swept toward the perfect martial honorable. Who is it? The complete martial honorable's expression changed. He immediately turned around and the runes that were suppressing the Thunder Lion condensed into a light screen in front of him. Chi-La-La, the golden light collided with the rune light screen and pierced through it. The golden light runes then disappeared. Deng Deng, however, the body of the Peak Grandmaster staggered back hundreds of feet before stabilizing his body. The other two martial honorables and many martial royal realm cultivators suddenly changed their expressions. They looked in the direction of the gaze and saw a young man in a purple robe appear in the square. When the young man appeared, his gaze did not fall on the people around him. Instead, he looked at the rune array in the square. A rune array, the young man in the purple robe muttered. He waved his hand and a handprint began to condense in his hand. Mysterious runes surged out and turned into more than 20 mysterious runes. They flew out from his palm and landed around the square. Rumble, as the 20 mysterious runes flew out, more than 20 formation flags around the square were forcefully pulled out. The runes were uprooted and bright runes shot into the sky before shattering. Senior Thunder Lion, don't worry about breaking through. Leave this place to me. Du Xiaofu turned around and looked at the majestic lion. It was wrapped in lightning and emitted a golden light. It was the Thunder Lion Senior from the Stone City. Leizu, don't worry about breaking through. Zijin will protect you. Yi Zijin's figure landed in the square and bowed to the Thunder Lion. Her black eyes were filled with sharpness. Are the two of you? The heavens are helping me. The Thunder Lion spoke. Its ancient voice was filled with a domineering aura. Without the suppression of the charm array, the Thunder Demonic Lion's body suddenly began to expand. In an instant, it turned into a huge body that was hundreds of meters tall. The violent energy fluctuation and pressure spread out, causing people's hearts to palpitate and their hair to stand on end. The Thunder Lion's aura started to rise again, and it continued to break through. Bang! Golden lightning surged. It was as though thunder was rumbling in the sky above Sky Tribute City. The energy ripples were like the descent of a thunder god, causing the entire Sky Tribute City to tremble. Countless figures flew out and looked at the Chao clan. At that moment, the three martial honorables were looking at Du Xiaofu and Yi Zijin. Their faces changed and they did not dare to attack. Whoosh! Chao Ji's figure hurried over. His gaze swept across the square, and his expression became even more solemn and ugly. After that, Chao Ji hurried to the side of the three martial sovereigns and whispered something, causing the three martial sovereigns' expressions to change greatly. So it's the young hall master of the 7-star hall. How dare you barge into my Chao clan? Are you relying on your relationship with the ancient heaven sect? A martial venerable, who was about the same age as the peak martial venerable who had been pushed back by Du Xiaofu, heard Chao Sui's words. Then, he raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu. His gaze flickered and was slightly gloomy. Du Xiaofu looked at the old man and did not pay much attention to him. He said, "I'll settle this with you later." If you want me to destroy your Chao clan, you can continue to provoke me. The old man's face turned cold when he heard this. However, the change in his expression showed that he was afraid. He had heard that this kid even dared to kill the descendants of the dragons. Would the Chao clan not dare to do anything? Du Xiaofu, my friend, I am Jie Yu of the Xindu Gate. I am an inner sect elder. I have heard of your name. Now that I have met you, you do live up to your reputation. The peak martial honorable, who had been pushed back by Du Xiaofu, spoke with a smile on his old face. This must be a misunderstanding. I didn't expect the Thunder Lion to be related to you. This is fate. No discord, no concord. Why don't we let this go? Elder Jieyu, the Nirvana Martial Honorable of the Chao clan, who had just spoken, changed his expression. The Thunder Lion was extraordinary. If he could get his hands on its blood essence and bones, the Chao clan would improve. However, he did not expect Elder Jieyu to want to keep the peace. Although Du Xiaofu had a strong background, the Xindu Gate was not afraid of the ancient heaven sect. Clan Master Chao Tsang, this is all a misunderstanding. Let's just let it go. Elder Jieyu interrupted Chao Tsang. No one could detect the change in his eyes. Elder Jieyu had his own judgment. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was not easy to deal with. Not to mention the 7-star hall and the ancient heaven sect behind him. The Demon King was someone who even dared to touch the dragons. The Thunder Lion was definitely a treasure. However, it was definitely not worth angering the little Demon King for a Thunder Lion. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, let's talk about it after I, Leizu, break through. Yi Zijin spoke. Leizu was trapped and surrounded by several people. If he had been late, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This made Yi Zijin really angry. Elder Jieyu, whether it's a misunderstanding or not, let's talk about it later. Du Xiaofu said to Jieyu. The Xindu Gate's Elder Jieyu had already lowered his attitude. Du Xiaofu did not make things difficult for him. However, this matter was related to the Thunder Lion. Du Xiaofu could not make the decision. However, just the fact that the 3 martial saints had joined forces to suppress the Thunder Lion and prevent it from breaking through was enough to make Du Xiaofu angry. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Elder Jieyu frowned. He had heard about the Demon King Du Xiaofu's strength from the other elders of the sect. At such a young age, Du Xiaofu's strength was extraordinary. It was enough to be called the #1 person in the same generation as Kyushu. No matter what, it would be troublesome to provoke the little Demon King today. Boom! In the vast square, the Thunder Lion's aura rose to an extreme level not long after. After a short pause, the aura in the sky surged and stepped into a new realm. Roar! The huge Thunder Lion's body coiled up in the air. Its huge lion head roared and opened its ferocious mouth. With this earth-shattering roar, it swallowed the heaven and earth energy crazily from all directions. At this moment, the heaven and earth energy in the surroundings surged crazily, as if it was being swallowed by a huge force. It condensed into a huge black stream that endlessly surged into the Thunder Lion's ferocious mouth. As the heaven and earth energy was being swallowed, the electric arcs on the Thunder Lion's body became denser and denser. Chi-la-la torrential destruction enveloped the entire Sky Tribute City, causing the city to tremble unceasingly. The roars of beasts and the veins of martial cultivators trembled. Is that the Thunder Lion? What a terrifying Thunder Lion! It seems to be breaking through. The living beings in Sky Tribute City trembled in fear. The terrifying aura enveloped the entire city, causing them to want to prostrate themselves on the ground. Complete Sovereign Beast. Du Xiaofu looked at the huge Thunder Lion in the sky above the square. Its aura had already reached the level of complete Sovereign Beast. Such a terrifying improvement made Du Xiaofu suck in a breath of cold air. How long had it been? Compared to the cultivation of the beasts, the Thunder Lion's cultivation progress and knowledge were heaven-defying. Senior Thunder Lion must have obtained a huge opportunity in these years. Otherwise, it would not be able to improve so quickly. Du Xiaofu thought to himself. The huge thunder lion floated in the air, swallowing the heaven and earth energy for half an hour before it began to slow down. Then, the thunder lion's huge body gradually shrank, finally turning into a majestic old man in a robe with lightning patterns. He looked to be in his 60s or 70s. Huff, the thunder lion exhaled a mouthful of turbid air from its stomach, bringing with it golden lightning. Then, it opened its eyes. Chi-chi, golden lightning shot out from the thunder demonic lion's deep eyes. It was as if two bolts of lightning had materialized and pierced through the space in front of it. Then, it slowly disappeared. Zijin greets Leizu. Seeing that the thunder lion had successfully broken through, Yi Zijin's cold face finally showed a smile. She stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Senior." Du Xiaofu bowed. The thunder lion in front of him was not only a benefactor to him, but also to his drunkard father. The thunder lion had protected Stone City for hundreds and thousands of years. It was worthy of respect. "Haha, why are you two here? It seems that you have had your own opportunities in these years." The thunder lion laughed. Its voice was old and deep like a bell. It looked at Du Xiaofu and Yi Zijin with kind eyes. It could see that Du Xiaofu and Yi Zijin were not ordinary people. Looking at the thunder lion beast that had already taken human form, the experts of the Chao family and the immortal capital sect all had ugly expressions on their faces. The thunder lion had broken through to the level of a complete beast venerable. It was obviously a mutated thunder lion. Although it had just broken through to the level of a complete beast venerable, it was far more powerful than an ordinary complete martial venerable. "Leizu, it's good that you're fine." Yi Zijin smiled and relaxed. The old man in front of her was Leizu of the Yi family. He had protected Stone City and the Yi family for so many years. In the eyes of the Yi family, he was their ancestor. "Don't worry, Leizu is fine. These guys can't really do anything to him." The thunder lion patted its chest as it spoke, after which, it swept its gaze across the crowd. It waved its hand at Yi Zijin and Du Xiaofu and said, "You guys step back first. I still have things to settle."